Oh shit, I missed. Hello, hello. Alright, I'm gonna need to do a fucking, what's it called? Technical difficulties check. So give me a second while I see if this is working properly. It looks like it is so far. Yeah, okay. My little PNG is doing better today. That sounds like the chibi has been sick. What was I gonna say? The fucking, what's it called? Nightbot is alive again. After I shot him dead in front of several witnesses yesterday. The delay appears to only be a few seconds, which is a normal delay, as opposed to the, like, full minute that it was yesterday. And you know what I changed? Nothing. Like, nothing's different. In fact, there are more things running right now. So who knows? Hopefully it'll stay like a nice smooth stream the entire time today. Hopefully there won't be major... Yeah, the delay is gone. I don't know what was happening yesterday. I accidentally banned 2 people, one of them being Nightbot. I was delayed for over a minute. And the encoder speed did nothing to help my usual settings. So, okay, let me double check what the hell it is right now. Apparently a lot of people have been having trouble with OBS. So maybe it's not just me. Especially like people I know who have yeah, it's on the normal settings. People I know with less intensive setups like me have been having some trouble with OBS lately, and it did update recently. So we might just have to, like, wait it out and see what happens. I don't know how long the stream is going to be because I have kind of a sore throat. I streamed yesterday, and I have to stream tomorrow. But I think we're almost at the end of this case anyway. So we'll see what happens. Are you lagging? No. It's also, like, this game, I know, lags a little bit. Like this. Like, this never loads. It used to, but it doesn't anymore. I'm going to blame that on my little PNG and call it a necessary sacrifice. But, like, the cut-ins don't work. I know the cut-ins don't work. That's fine. But, if my streaming is what's not working, then I'm a little concerned. Anyway. Court is now resumed for the trial of Stefanik Drakegan. Let us review the proceedings from 2 days ago. At first, the facts of the case seemed very straightforward. The victim, Justin Wei, put his weight on a poorly maintained guardrail on the refinery grounds. Said guardrail broke, causing Justin Wei to fall to his death. However, the defense presented a shocking piece of evidence in the previous proceedings. Traces of transmutation magic were found on that same broken guardrail. This new evidence implies that sabotage, if not outright foul play, played a part in the death of the victim. This evidence is also accompanied by conflicting testimonies from witnesses. All of these elements have thrown quite some doubt on the validity of the prosecution's case.
Yes, however, the prosecution maintains that the Drakegan Trading Company is at fault for Justin Wei's death.
Even though someone may have sabotaged the guardrails.
The prosecution acknowledges that sabotage may have occurred at the scene of the accident. However, we also believe that there are several factors in that case that the court is overlooking. As we know, several witnesses were present at the refinery at the time of the accident. The harbour master was showing a patron around the refinery. Mosarika Tudor was making a food delivery and entered the building. And of course, the victim, Justin Wei, was obviously present as well. Each and every one of these people had no business being in the refinery that night.
In the case of the harbor master and his patron, it would hardly be reasonable for anyone to stop them. You doubt anyone would stand in the way of the Crown Prince.
That may be, but Justin Wei worked in the freight division and should not have been at the scene.
I've already verified this with my client. The victim was not authorized to be in the refinery building.
And who stopped Justin Wei from entering the area unauthorized? Isn't it the defendant's duty to prevent such things from entering the building?
Should be able to get through the first investigation for case 4. Neat. My client can't be held responsible for Justin's breach of the set protocols. And you surely can't hold my client responsible for someone sabotaging the guardrail.
This so-called sabotage is only theoretical until a proper culprit is found.
I might be compelled to agree with you, Miss Steelwind. After all, there's no hard evidence that proves the traces of transmutation were left by a specific spell.
What kind of mental gymnastics is that? Every part of the guardrail that had traces on it was rusted.
They're bending the context of what's happening to suit their purposes. Hard evidence means everything here, and the rod of mending has been reduced to the shards in the vat. Without the complete rod, you can't prove that someone used it to sabotage the guardrail.
Regardless, it is not the responsibility of the Dracogen Trading Company to ensure that its employees do not...
Wait.
Is it not the responsibility of the Dracogen Trading Company to ensure that its employees do not wander into the restricted areas? Blaming a potential saboteur puts the cart before the horse. It doesn't just stop with Justin Wei, either. Why was Mosarika Tudor able to enter the building? She doesn't even work for the refinery, yet she was able to waltz into the building without any trouble.
Actually, Steelman does have a point about Rika. Shouldn't something have stopped her from entering that area? You doubt that Dracogen would show that kind of negligence. If that's true, I believe I should hear from Miss Tudor directly. Let's hear how easily she gained access to the refinery on the day of the accident.
We've already anticipated that. Mosarika Tudor is prepared and ready to justify.
Those words mean the same thing, Arya. Very well, then. Bailiff, please escort Miss Tudor to the stand. It doesn't just stop with Justin Wei. It goes all the way.
Miss Tudor, are you aware of why you've been called here today?
Yeah, I heard everything from the gallery.
Then you'll have no problem answering the following question. Did you encounter resistance when you entered the refinery on the night of the accident? Witness, may I remind you that you are under oath to tell the court everything that you know. Failure to do so is a crime.
No. No one tried to stop me. Sorry, Tyrion.
You have nothing to apologize for, witness. The only one at fault is the Dracogen Trading Company and their negligence.
Hey, that's...
For the record, please testify in detail about how you entered the refinery that day, Miss Tudor.
Okay. That day, I was looking for Justin in the freight area, but I couldn't find him. I decided to look for him in the refinery's main building. There was some kind of magical door leading into it, but it was locked. Unlocked, even. Nothing really stopped me from entering the refinery building.
As the court can clearly see, there were no safeguards preventing the witness from entering that restricted area.
The witness clearly stated that there was a magical door leading into the building. It's the magical door of death, Belmont. This is obviously some kind of security door powered by artificery.
Which was still unlocked and effectively useless.
Damn it. There must be a way to prove that the unlocked door wasn't Dracogen's fault. Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination.
Yippee.
Oh my god, I just almost used the investigations controls. You were there to deliver his dinner to him, am I correct? Yeah, he was usually in the freight area around that time. I was surprised when I didn't see him there. I was a little worried, so... It seems strange that you'd go looking for him. Why not just leave his food with one of his coworkers? I thought of that, but I also wanted to make sure he was okay. I was the one that helped him get this job in the first place. It wouldn't look good if he left in the middle of a shift.
How did you enter the refinery building, Miss Tudor?
Some kind of magical door. By magical door, do you mean that it was a door powered by artificery? Yeah, I have a door like it in my restaurant, too. But this one looked a lot more complex. Why would you or Drake again need magical doors anyway? The one in my cafe magically locks the shop when I close it for the day. I guess the door to the refinery building was for the same thing. It's totally not for the same thing, is it? But that means that there was a mechanism to keep out unauthorized personnel.
Which was effectively useless. The witness entered the refinery and encountered zero resistance. Furthermore, the Inquisition has already locked the specs for the door. Logged the specs.
Hey, magical door of darkness. Hold on. The only entrance to the refinery building is a door with an artificery lock. Magical keys can be used to unlock the door for 5 seconds. After these 5 seconds, the lock automatically closes the door and engages the lock. The lock can only be disabled by Stefanik Drakegan. The door could be physically prevented from closing, but this would trigger an alarm within the refinery security system. Why are both of the cases that I'm doing right now about you need a special thing to get into these doors that is slightly more fancy than a key? Anyway, my guess is Rika took a... I feel like Rika must have had Justin's key.
Did you use a key to unlock the door, Miss Tudor?
No, I didn't.
As you can see from this report, Stefanik Drakegan was the only person capable of disabling the lock.
I guess Mr. Drakegan kept the door unlocked during work hours.
This means that it's entirely Drakegan's fault that the victim gained access to the building in the first place.
Wait, that's not what I meant to...
But that is what you implied. Unless you can prove that another person disabled the door.
You can't refute that statement. Yet. But you might be able to work with this new information. Add it to your testimony! Yeah. Please add that last statement to your testimony. Alright. He must have disabled the lock. No one else could have disabled it. What do we have, actually? My attorney's runestone. Come on, go down. Why can you not... I always forget, like, this is not a clickable arrow. You have to actually scroll. Okay. We're working on the, like, assumption that this is an arcane construct that fell into the vat. In fact, it may have been what pushed him, I think, is what I was working with last time. All employees present. Aside from Justin Way, every employee who works at the Arcane Refinery is accounted for. Justin is the only Drakegan employee who fell into the vat of corrosive chemicals. Neutralizing liquid. Noah Morrison and... Oh, Noah Morrison is the family friend. I feel like the color is going to be important at some point. Vat contents. Bone matter, metallic shards. Those are his bones. No other people's bones. And the metallic shard. Okay, I don't fucking know. Actually, I'm gonna press that. That's quite the leap in logic.
The specs of the door state that the lock can only be disabled by Stefanik Drakegan.
Sorry, but I can't think of any other reason why it would be disabled. I mean, I get it. Sometimes I forget the key to my shop. It becomes a real headache when I get locked out. You suppose that makes sense, but would Drakegan really do something like that? The lock is designed to be disabled only by Drakegan. But perhaps someone did something to bypass that. I was gonna say, what spells do we have? Oh, that's the only thing. Ooh, no, that's too far of a leap in logic so far. We really only have that spell and no others for this case, jeez. Hi, Esther. Hi, Esther. He has a little 3-mouth. Yeah, whatever. Nothing really stopped me. Are you sure that you're not forgetting any obstacles that you encountered?
No, I would have remembered something like that.
If someone told me that I wasn't supposed to be there, I would have just left. Pastor to Wyvern Guard, my beloved. She seemed sincere about that. It was probably an honest mistake. Weird girl, help.
Rika didn't even realize that she entered a restricted area.
But the fact that she was able to enter it so easily is definitely strange. Drake again must have had precautions to prevent such a thing from happening.
Maybe the employees got lazy and disabled the lock against his orders.
It's possible, but would Drake again really allow something like that to happen? Oh, that wasn't as much of a hint as I thought it would be. Planned robbery, maybe that helps. Oh, he owned a thing that could disable magical locks. There we go. Weird girl is helping now because she's no longer mad at me. Nope, Justin could have disabled it. Objection! Miss Steelwind, you claim that my client expressed negligence by disabling the door. This is the reason why the security door was unlocked, and why the current witness was able to enter the building.
That's correct. Your client's negligence allowed unauthorized persons like Justin Way to gain access to the building. And regardless of any sabotage, Justin Way died because he was in said unauthorized area.
And what if I told you that another person may have disabled the door? Not because of laziness, but for more nefarious purposes.
What are you talking about?
If you recall, the witness entered the refinery building and spotted Justin Way afterward. Which means that Justin Way entered the building before her. So that begs the question, how did Justin Way enter the building?
The answer is obvious. He entered the same way the witness did, through the unlocked door.
Not quite, Miss Steelwind. Since the trial began, we still haven't answered why Justin Way entered the refinery building in the first place. He entered the refinery building with the intent of robbing my client's personal safe.
I already told you, Tyrion. You would never do something like that.
Objection, Steelwind. The victim was a level 10 thief rogue. You feel a little guilty about insulting a dead man's name like this, but it's the only possibility that makes sense. I'm sorry, Rika, but there are things about Justin that even you didn't know about. The truth is that he was deeply in debt to a crime lord named the Eye Taker. And he was extremely desperate to wipe that debt as soon as he could.
Crime lord? I won't ask how you came across this information, Mr. Cuthbert. But what does this have to do with the disabled magical lock?
Miss Steelwind, Justin owned a set of tools that he used for picking mundane and magical locks. The safe that he was planning to rob was located in my client's office within the refinery building. I have witnesses who saw Justin retrieve those tools shortly before the night of the accident. He clearly had a plan to disable any locks that stood between him and that safe. This means that it's entirely possible that Justin disabled the locked refinery door illegally.
We're not actually going to bring them in, are we?
Yeah, I'm kind of bluffing right now. You basically assaulted one of them.
We both assaulted him, Tyrion.
She says that as if it absolves her of any guilt.
Hold on a minute.
You can't just accuse him like that when he can't defend himself. I'm sorry, Rika, but his delinquent friends told me about his plan. He didn't want to rob Drakegan, but he needed the gold to wipe away his debt. If Justin wasn't the one who disabled that lock, that would only leave Drakegan. But there has to be an explanation where neither one of them is guilty. She definitely believes in Justin. But a scenario where both Justin and Drakegan are innocent is too optimistic, if not impossible. But it's not as if you're entirely certain of what happened either. Alright, Rika. You knew Justin better than I did. Let's assume you're correct. Neither Justin nor Drakegan disabled the locks that day. How did either of you enter the refinery then?
Well, someone must have disabled it before then. Wait, let me think through this. Plenty of people could have disabled the locks. Maybe one of the employees got lazy and forcefully broke it. There was also that nobleman who was with Mr. Morrison. He's a mage and he could have used magic to do it. It could have also been one of the maintenance constructs. I saw one working on the machines. Maybe one of them broke the lock.
Girl, no.
I can barely even begin to point out all of the issues with your theories, Miss Tudor. If you recall, the entrance lock can only be disabled by Stefanik Drakegan. Even Mr. Cuthbert's theory makes more sense than your list of suspects.
Ugh, she's right. Doesn't matter how many suspects she presents. None of them had the credentials to disable the lock. So why do I feel like there's something else wrong with her testimony? The defense would still like to exercise the right to cross-examine the witness.
What a waste of time.
Well, the court agrees with Miss Steelwind. Oh, fuck.
Aster was suspicious.
While the court agrees with Miss Steelwind, we also recognize Mr. Cuthbert's right to cross-examination. However, I will not allow the defense to waste the court's time. If nothing substantial is gained from your cross-examination, I will not hesitate to end it early. Understood, Your Honor. Oh, is this a I can only press one thing? Or he is just salty that Rika said Aster was suspicious? I think it's this, right? Maintenance constructs? I saw one working on the machines. Maintenance construct? You know, this magically animated suits of armor. Oh, she must have seen an arcane construct while she was exploring the refinery.
Arcane constructs only perform the actions that they're ordered to do. And a construct at the Arcane refinery would only take orders from their administrator, Stefanik Drakegan. Unless you want to imply that Stefanik Drakegan ordered that a construct break the lock, ordered the construct to break the lock.
May I remind the prosecution that constructs are prone to error and misinterpretation of their orders? Perhaps this construct accidentally broke the lock while carrying out its usual orders.
The Inquisition found no evidence of physical tampering on the lock. And even if they had, the security system would have been alerted the moment this happened. Well, I guess you have a lot of contradicting statements to work with this time.
Yeah, I just need to find a contradiction that's not so readily apparent.
One that's not apparent? There's another contradiction in her testimony?
I'm not sure. But I can't help but feel like she said something that doesn't fit with what we know already. Ignore the list of suspects and focus on the other details. She observed a lot that day. So something must be off with her observations. Okay. Plenty of people could have done it. Maybe one of them got lazy and forcefully go back. Are you supposed to know that?
The Harbour Master's companion would have no reason to perform such an act.
Your personal bias might be clouding your judgment, Miss Steelwind.
This isn't merely an extrapolation based on his character, Mr. Cuthbert. The nobleman in question had the legal authority to enter the building. He wouldn't need to resort to such underhanded tactics.
Right. As the Crown Prince, he could legally enter the Arcane refinery if he wanted to. In fact, it's probably how he entered in the first place.
You would probably know that since you two seem so close with each other.
Ooh.
Is she jealous of our relationship with Aster?
Maybe it'd be best to avoid bringing up Aster with her. Okay. You saw one working on the machines? Von Sanctus created the security system. Tyrion has two. Tyrion does have two hands. Von Sanctus attempted to sell Drake again in a few arcane constructs. A product that is not available to everybody in Ornax. Oh, he didn't trust the construct's ability to perform tasks. He didn't purchase any. Objection! Wait, that can't be right, can it? Rika, you said that you saw a maintenance construct inside the refinery building. Are you sure that it was an arcane construct? Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on them in the Von Sanctus catalogs. But they're not available to the public yet. When you saw this arcane construct, what was it doing?
I'm not exactly sure. But it looked like it was doing maintenance on the machines.
Maintenance on the machines? But it shouldn't have been there in the first place. What was it doing there? And more importantly, who sent it there?
Where are you going with this, Mr. Cuthbert? As I've said before, an arcane construct owned by the defendant wouldn't have disabled the lock.
I agree. A construct owned by my client wouldn't have done that. But arcane constructs are extremely rare and not available to the general public yet. Furthermore, they're only produced and sold by Von Sanctus Industries. Lloyd Von Sanctus personally sold several products to the Drakegan Trading Company. However, when offered the opportunity to purchase his arcane constructs, my client turned him down.
What?
My client disliked the construct's flawed intelligence. He didn't want them working in the refinery. He turned down Lord Von Sanctus's offer in favor of utilizing human labor.
Wait, then why did I see a construct there?
Exactly. If my client did not own any constructs, why did the witness see one there? Or to phrase this question differently, who sent that construct there?
Who? Why would anyone send an arcane construct into the refinery?
First, let's consider the rarity of arcane constructs. They are highly experimental and not available to the public yet. With all these elements in mind, only one person in the city of Aronnax could have done this.
Wait. You can't possibly mean...
Bro, we're gonna take down every one of the 4 pillars, I swear to God. I do, Miss Steelwind. Few individuals had access to an arcane construct. And even fewer had the ability to disable the locked door without alerting the security system. Lloyd Von Sanctus! Only one individual could have done everything that I described. Lloyd Von Sanctus, the noble lord of Aronnax.
You can't be serious. Are you accusing Lord Von Sanctus of illegally sending a construct into the arcane refinery?
My mom said eat the rich.
I'm rich.
Oh, God. What was I gonna say? Because his name is Lloyd Von Sanctus, I keep, almost saying Lord really stupid.
What possible reason would he have to do that?
When Rika saw the construct, she said that it was working on the machines. But that construct was sent by Lord Von Sanctus. It didn't actually work for Drakegan. Wait, could that mean... Rika, when you saw that construct in the refinery, was it carrying anything?
Yeah, actually. It was carrying a large cylindrical machine. It looked pretty heavy.
Lord Lloyd. Like it would normally need to be held by 2 people?
Yeah, how did you know?
Makes sense now. Von Sanctus has been far too aggressive in pushing these charges. It wasn't because he was desperate to get rid of Drakegan. It was because he needed to cover up what actually happened. Mr. Cuthbert, where are you going with this? You see, Your Honor, the tool that the witness saw this construct carrying wasn't just any tool. It was a rod of mending, an artificery tool that channels transmutation magic.
Transmutation magic. As in magic that could be used to weaken and sabotage parts of the refinery.
No, are you seriously accusing? Your Honor, Lloyd Von Sanctus sent a construct into the Arcane refinery to sabotage it. In other words, Lloyd Von Sanctus is responsible for that guardrail breaking. I don't remember what voice I gave him. Oh my god, I don't remember. I think that's enough out of you, you upstart commoner.
Damn it. This judge really needs to stop these guys from just barging onto the stand.
To be fair, who's gonna stop a noble from a pillar family? I've had enough of these blatant accusations. If you want to sling mud at my name, you will do it to me directly.
Lord Von Sanctus, I would highly advise against doing this.
Please, do you think I'm like that fool Pierce? You guys are rich, you can literally get a good lawyer. The defense's theory is laughable, and I have several pieces of evidence that can easily prove my innocence. He has a good poker face, but the eye is telling you that he's a little desperate. Very well. If the defense wishes to accuse you, I see no harm in allowing you to defend yourself. The court would very much like to hear your testimony on the matter. Oh god, that was an accident. It is possible to order a construct to complete a complex list of tasks, but doing so is ill-advised. Haven't been here in a while, all your voices so far have been spot on. Thank you! I don't remember what any of them are most of the time, but... but I'll go with it, I'll go with it. I'm sure you observed this with the Nightgrave trial. Constructs are extremely prone to error when completing a long list of tasks. According to the defense, the saboteurs stole a rod of mending and used it to sabotage very specific sections of the refinery. I would never trust a construct to discreetly complete an intricate set of tasks unsupervised. And before you ask, I was miles away from the refinery at the time of the accident. I have several associates who can confirm this alibi. Therefore, I have no way of observing this construct from afar, nor did I have any way to communicate with it. Sending spell. Obviously. That actually makes a lot of sense. The Nightgrave trial revealed the risks of ordering a construct to commit a crime. But nevertheless, Rika saw a construct at the refinery that day. That's indisputable. He definitely gave the construct a complex list... Christ. A complex list of tasks to sabotage the refinery. And that raises one question. How did he account for the construct's error-prone logic? God, you have a long-ass testimony, dude. Well advised. Going to add... I can't just present it here, can I? Can I? That must be too soon. Oh my god, it's not? Okay. Von Sanctus, you testified that there was no way for you to observe and communicate with the construct. Am I correct? Yes, I was at that meeting with Steelwind for the entire day. Anyone there could have testified to that fact. I'm not disputing your so-called alibi, but it's not as airtight as you might think.
What are you talking about? I was there at that meeting, Mr. Cuthbert. Lord Von Sanctus may have been absent in mind, but he was there physically.
The one time that the game was actually at the same point as you. Yeah, and I think I'm thinking too far ahead. God. Absent in mind. So his attention wasn't focused on the meeting. Which means that his attention was somewhere else. I suppose you're correct, Miss Steelwind, but I still have one question for you, Lord Von Sanctus. And what would that be? You able to cast a send message spell? Is it...
What?
Miss Steelwind, your client may have been physically at the meeting, but his attention was somewhere else, wasn't it? He could have used a combination of spells to view the construct during the meeting. And he could have used the send message spell to communicate with it over a large distance. If my claim is truly false, your client should have no trouble disproving it with his spell compendium. Well...
Von Sanctus.
You appear to be hesitating, Von Sanctus. Can I assume that you do know how to cast send message? If so, that would punch a gigantic hole in your alibi. Steelwind, you were there, weren't you? My attention was fully there. I need her to cover for me. You're fucked if you want Arya Steelwind to cover for you. The idea that I was communicating with a construct is absurd.
I'm afraid that I can't say that, Lord Von Sanctus.
Steelwind.
I did find it odd. Your attention appeared to be elsewhere, despite the gravity of our discussion. And I seem to recall you speaking under your breath the entire time. I had always just assumed that you were muttering obscenities.
Arya Steelman, my beloved. I really want Arya and Tyrion to be, like, friends. Like, I want to hang out with her.
But Mr. Cuthbert's explanation does seem possible.
Arya is, like, a perfect character for... There is a specific level of shenanigan that I'm picturing. If if y'all have seen the Clone Wars good. But the episode I'm thinking about specifically, there is an episode where Anakin Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Count Dooku get handcuffed together. And it's the stupidest thing in the world. They have to pole vault out of a jail together. It's really, really dumb. And then at the end of it, they go their separate ways and never speak of it again. But like that is the exact level of shenanigan I need happening. Also, I think more shows should do stupid shenanigans like that. It's just really funny. Also, the Death Note episode, it's more purposeful in Death Note when Elle and Light are handcuffed together and they have that really stupid fight scene. Obviously that's a more, like, it's a less of a shenanigan plot. Elle is trying to make sure that Light can't act without his knowledge. But, like, it's funny. I think we should do, like, really, we need to really inconvenience Arya and force her to be friends with Tyrion. What are you saying? Episodes that feel like they were really stupid TTRPG events. Episodes that feel like, Yakuza sub-stories. Aren't you obligated to defend me? She's a prosecutor, idiot.
I am obligated to represent you to the best of my ability.
Oh wait, I forgot we were in a civil trial.
I am not obligated to forge your alibi for you.
You little... Lord Von Sanctus, I'm afraid the court needs an answer. Are you able to cast a send message spell? He's about to say no, isn't he? Fine, I admit it, okay. Oh, thank God. I am able to cast send message. But that still doesn't prove anything. His voice betrays a hint of desperation. You have him right where you want him. Now is our opportunity to deal the final blow. That was fast. Yeah, I was gonna say, that seems too quick. So why do you feel so uneasy? There are still two details that don't sit well with you. When I looked to see what it was, it seemed that Justin had tumbled over the guardrail of the walkway. Yeah, Rika saw Justin fall over the guardrail, even though Von Sanctus sabotaged it. How could both of their testimonies be true? I think there's one possible explanation. Someone fell, and it's the construct. Construct fell off the walkway. The person that Miss Tudor saw and the person that Mr. Morrison saw were two different people. Second person that fell into the vat is still unaccounted for. Luckily, you didn't need to prove that the second person existed. But not having an explanation for Astor and Morrison's testimony still irked you. However, even if it's not a clean ending, there's only one way forward. And that's revealing Von Sanctus for the petty saboteur that he is. He's a little fucked up. Let's fucking go. Why did you hesitate so long to answer my question, Lord Von Sanctus? Oh, no, Lord. No respect. Just Von Sanctus. You know very well why I hesitated. Why would I willingly give you evidence? You clearly intend to use it against me. Yeah, that's my job. Regardless, this entirely disproves your alibi. You could have communicated with your construct at the meeting. By that logic, I could be the mastermind behind every crime that occurs in Oranax. I wouldn't say that in court, personally. Someone else could have sent that construct. I may have had the means to commit the crime, but there are plenty of other individuals that could have sent an arcane construct. Probably fucking not. I don't think so. I think the thing is limited. God, why is this not clickable? Mean. Wait, go back up. Where is products from Von Sanctus. There we go. Personally sold several to Stephanic Drake again. Von Sanctus Industries also created the security system. A lot of these tools are at the refinery. Man. It's not available to anyone else in Oranax. Von Sanctus, you of all people should know that the arcane constructs are not available to the public. When you attempted to sell those constructs to Drake again, you promised him that he would be the first merchant in Oranax that would own one. Since he refused your offer, that would leave you as the only owner of arcane constructs in Oranax. I forgot that Oranax was like just this city for a hot second, and I was just like, well, there could be lots of people with arcane constructs, but like within this city, it's only him. That's... Well, I admit, I may not have been that truthful when I made my sales pitch. So you're saying that you lied to my client? Oh, please. Every good businessman knows how to embellish the truth when making a sale. The truth is that I've sold these constructs to plenty of other individuals in Oranax. It would be too dangerous to sell it to anyone else. Contradicts the displayed emotion. Seen through the eye. Seen through the eye, right? Yeah. Frankly, Von Sanctus, I find that hard to believe. After the Nightgrave trial, you must have been a lot more fearful about who you sold your constructs to. You only tried to sell your constructs to Drake again so that you could control him. You wouldn't have done that otherwise. If that's so, then why don't you prove it? No, Von Sanctus, why don't you prove your statement? Show us any invoice that proves that you made a sale to someone in Oranax. Well, who says that the Saboteur lived in Oranax when I made the sale? Are you serious? Oranax is a trading hub. Plenty of people come and go from the city. Hey, are we gonna, like, talk about the fact that Aster's ship got disappeared also? Like, somebody fully tried to kidnap him. Are we gonna talk about that again this trial? Any one of my customers could have secretly entered the city to carry out the sabotage. No, we were on lockdown. We sure were on lockdown. I don't know where that is. Is this it? Yeah, Oranax blockade. Von Sanctus, you might have been right under any other circumstance. But the Kingsguard locked down the city on the day the accident occurred. No one except for a select few individuals could have entered or left the city. Crown Prince almost got kidnapped. It's not important. Why don't we cross-reference the records taken by the Kingsguard with the... I forgot. I didn't finish reading. Go back. Why don't we cross-reference the records taken by the Kingsguard with the list of individuals that you've sold constructs to? I suppose from your reaction, that list would come up empty. So why don't you admit to your crime, Von Sanctus? Or do I have to drag the evidence into court myself? Of course, how could I forget? Wait, drag the evidence into court. What? Why don't you go ahead and do that, Mr. Cuthbert? Bring in your so-called evidence. I don't know where this confidence is coming from. But we can easily detect the traces of divination and transmutation on the constructs you own. Assuming that construct still exists, that is. Are we going to have a Cinderella moment? Are we literally going to hold up the shards and be like, I have the other's liver? I really hope so. Wait, that's right. If he used a construct to commit a crime like this, he would have definitely disposed of it by now. Even within the blockade, Oranax is a gigantic city. With his resources, he could have hidden it anywhere in the city. It would be a needle. It would be a needle hidden within a town of haystacks. We still have the testimony of Mosarika Tudor. Boy, do we. And I'm sure many other people saw that construct walking around in the refinery. Common folk can hardly be trusted to recognize that complex... Ooh, it said something. Machinery, I assume? Artificery. Without the actual construct, all you have are several unreliable witnesses. Tell me, Lady Steelwind, can I be convinced of such a serious charge with such evidence? No, I suppose not. Damn it. Are you seriously going to get away with this? No, you still have one card up your sleeve. You could just find out where he disposed of the evidence, You might be able to direct the Inquisition there. Come on. Focus on his thoughts, Tyrion. Activate the Empowered Eye. Your undignified glaring will do you no favors. It's not working. What? Why isn't it working? The Eye of Horus is a powerful tool, Tyrion. That's twice now that you've used the Empowered Eye to get out of a corner. If you keep relying on that one trick, you'll never grow as an attorney. One day you'll have a witness that the Empowered Eye won't work on. Miss Tamora was right. You've been relying on the Empowered Eye too much. From your silence, I assume that you have no way to rebut my claim. I suppose that makes it checkmate, you upstart commoner. No, shut up. Honestly, I can't believe you resort to accusing me of manslaughter. What a crass and underhanded tactic. But I suppose I wouldn't expect anything less from a charlatan like you. Damn it. But I know how it happened, damn it.
What the hell are you doing?
What?
That look on your face. Are you seriously giving up?
I've
seen you get out of plenty of situations like this. So why are you giving up this time?
I'm sorry, Celeste, but I can't use my usual strategies. There's no way to find the evidence that we need. Please tell her about the eye sometime soon, dude.
Seriously? There's always a way, Tyrion. If your usual strategies aren't working, then you just need to do something different.
She's right. You don't need to see directly into his mind to utilize your skills as an attorney. Nobody gets to say checkmate except Tyrion and Edgeworth. Shutdown checkmate is my old Edgeworth's thing. You may not be able to rely on the Eye of Horus this time, but you've always been able to rely on deductive reasoning. Well, seems that you have no further questions for me. You clearly don't have a shred of physical evidence to support your claims. I think I'll be taking my leave. I'm not quite done with you yet, Von Sanctus. Isn't Tyrion also, like... I think Tyrion's doing more adductive reasoning than deductive. That's also the bit with fucking Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes does not do deductive reasoning. Sherlock Holmes does adductive reasoning for the most part. He just keeps calling it deduction. Honestly, your desperation is almost pitiful. You should really learn to lose with dignity, Mr. Cuthbert. Bitch. You're still talking. You're still on the thing. The chess game from earlier. Man. He's the last person you want to hear that from. Yeah, there's a whole like half-hour video about that. Is there really? Because the bit with Sherlock Holmes is he has the quote that like once you have eliminated the impossible, whatever is left, like no matter how improbable, must be the truth. He never does that though. Like he never actually does that. He never eliminates the possibilities that are like not what happened. He always goes, well, based on this crumb on your shoe, I can get to these possible conclusions. And sometimes he's wrong. Usually he's not wrong. But, like, that's not deductive reasoning. It's very funny. It's very funny. Sherlock Holmes is a lot more fun when you realize that Arthur Conan Doyle kind of never has any idea what he's talking about. Great Ace Attorney is a really good way of exploring that. In fact, actually, speaking of the Great Ace Attorney, you guys should play the Great Ace Attorney. Calm your mind and focus. You may not be able to read Von Sanctus's mind in the literal sense, but you can still extrapolate his plan and his actions. Let's explore my theory a little more and see for ourselves if there's no physical evidence. Arthur Conan Doyle is Sherlock Holmes. If you wanted to use a construct, you would have needed to maintain constant communication. I sometimes think about the fact that Sherlock Holmes enjoyers at the, like the highest level, I don't mean in terms of, like, they have studied it the most thoroughly, but I mean, like, of the most brain-rotted. There's the school of people that legitimately believes that Sherlock Holmes was a real guy, and everybody is just, like, doing a big cover-up, and, like, like, these are real things that happened. and Arthur Conan Doyle, like Watson, is just chronicling them. There's also people who think that Sherlock Holmes is a self-insert when that Sherlock Holmes is a self-insert when Watson is more of both the reader and the author's self-insert. And most adaptations that have Watson use a pen name will use Arthur Conan Doyle. Daily Twifery TGAA plug. Yeah. Play the Great Ace Attorney. So to prove that this communication occurred, we would need something that connects you to it.
Send message can normally only target a person, but arcane constructs probably don't count as people for the purposes of that spell.
What piece of evidence would that leave behind? Oh shit, I don't know. The vat, the rod of mend, the object that... What was Sanctus attuned to? I love that this scrolly wheel only says the word that. The vat that he fell into? That is what I would call brain rot. Yeah, there's a... Sherlock Holmes enjoyers. Hi, Kume. That. This is just like the... Hey, you guys should listen to Turnabout Big Top, another Ace Attorney musical. Navasha, who played Lana in Tam and is Regina in Tipitam, has... she sings the word the, and it is like the best note in the world. It's really good. Anyway, what evidence would connect the murder of the Blind Sanctus? The object that fell into, the thing fell into? I don't fucking know. Now Slade. She's not even here to defend herself. We stand Nav in this house. What are we trying to prove? What are we doing? Okay. I don't remember what we're doing here. Send message can normally, only target a person. Arcane constructs probably don't count as people for the purposes of that spell. What piece of evidence would that leave behind? What? I don't know, man. The object that he attuned to? Sure. I guess. An arcane construct isn't a person. So you must have used an object attuned to your magic to communicate with it. Miss Steelwind, if I were able to find that object, would that tie your client to the sabotage? Sure, I guess that's a thing I needed to figure out.
Hypothetically, yes. The Inquisition has divination magic, and they can use it to detect if an object is attuned to a specific mage.
Good luck finding such evidence.
If I did perform these acts, the remains could be everywhere, anywhere even, in Oranax. Good God.
I'm not so sure about that, Von Sanctus. Let's look at things from your perspective. Why would you do things that you did that day? Why would you do the things that you did that day? Knowing that will point us to where you ultimately hid the construct. Your intention was to sabotage the refinery without anyone finding out what you did. So how would you dispose of the construct and the attuned item? You needed to hide and or destroy it, so this vat, it went in the vat. Wait, destroy? I love the wait, destroy, as if this is not... I have my own opinions on whether the, I call it the DM voice so far, whether it is, like, sentient or not. Yeah, your intention was to sabotage the refinery without anyone finding out that you did, so how would you dispose of the construct and the attuned item? How could you easily destroy the evidence? You needed to hide and or destroy it so nobody would find it. It's in the vat, and volatile liquid. The evidence was thrown into the vat of volatile liquid. You used the vat of volatile liquid. Oh, you know what the problem I have is with those sections? They have like the Duolingo problem. If you've ever used Duolingo for like a language that you're already pretty fluent in and you're just using it for like retention, especially depending on the direction that you translate into, you can get to a point where you will start to solve it like a puzzle faster than you'll actually like translate the language. So like you can figure out these sections not by thinking about what's happening in the case, but thinking about just the grammatical structure, because a lot of times only one of them will work grammatically. You use the vat of volatile liquid. You suppose that makes sense. You found the remnants of the rod of mending in there, too. Okay. Oh god, what happened? Go back.
But wouldn't that mean the object is fully dissolved?
Exactly, there would be no physical evidence for you to find. That's not necessarily true. Why does it keep getting stuck like this? You threw the rod of mending into the vat, and that didn't fully dissolve. What? The workers neutralized the liquid immediately after Justin fell into the vat. Also, Tyrion, you are very quickly jumping to saying that Von Sanctus is the one who threw it in there. Like, obviously he is, but probably shouldn't be saying that. What? Neutralizing the liquid would have rendered it unsalvageable and useless. Doing that could have cost Drakehagen a small fortune. Yeah, there was a guy in there, though. Unlike you, Von Sanctus, my client values the lives of his workers over his profits. And because of that, the Inquisition was able to find the pieces of bone matter and metal within the vat. Wait, the rod didn't fully dissolve. This means that it was thrown into the vat at around the same time that Justin fell into it. You wouldn't have thrown the rod into the vat until after you were done with your sabotage. And if you wanted to destroy the rod, you would have destroyed all of the evidence that you needed to get rid of. Is there anything else that Von Sanctus would have needed to get rid of? The construct! Thank God. You would have also destroyed the arcane construct itself. That's ridiculous, Lady Steelwind, why aren't you?
I told you before, didn't I? I will defend you to the best of my ability, but I will not fabricate an alibi for you.
Rip Clint Van Zeeks, you would have loved Arya Steelwind. Rip Baroque Van Zeeks, you would have loved Arya Steelwind. You must have ordered the construct to throw itself into the vat to hide any traces of your sabotage. A machine resembling a human threw itself into the vat. This means that anyone looking at the walkway would have seen this. That's it. The arcane construct was the second person that Aster and Morrison saw fall into the vat. That's why we didn't find organic matter from anyone other than Justin in there. The second body that Aster and Morrison saw was actually an arcane construct. How are you? Wait, Rika was sure that she saw Justin fall off of the walkway. After she notified Aster and Morrison, they saw the construct break the guardrail and fall into the vat. Definitely in the upper ranks of prosecutor with integrity. I know, the bar is on the floor, however. Wouldn't that mean that the construct disposed of itself after Justin Wei fell off of the walkway? Why would you order it to do that? Because it never happened! Your logic is flawed. He's getting stressed out. Maybe you should try using the empowered eye. It's gonna not work. No. You don't need it this time. You're so close to figuring this out, you can feel it. Good for you. Good for you, Tyrion. So think. If he was observing the construct using magic, he must have seen Justin fall. And for some reason, he reacted by sabotaging the guardrail. Why did Von Sanctus sabotage the guardrail? Tyrion is a good egg. Yeah, look at him go. Unless he did all of this because he saw Justin fall. He was just in the way. He wasn't supposed to be... Like, he really wasn't supposed to be dead. He wanted it to look like an accident, which also, like, again, this is one that we're not figuring out because we saw the, we did see, sort of, the crime. It's because you wanted it to look like an accident. Which means it wasn't actually an accident. Oh, now you're accusing me of intentionally murdering the victim. Why would I ever do that? You said it yourself. My goal was sabotage. Committing murder would have brought unnecessary attention to what I'd done. Not if you get away with it. But those constructs do have a habit of shoving people that are in their way. What if the construct pushed Justin out of the way, causing him to fall over the edge of the guardrail? He's figuring out everything that happened just from a few clues. Hey, I didn't see you there. I was just walked past him.
Acknowledged.
What? Hey, watch it! Quit shoving me! Whoa! Holy crap. Pull me up. I can't hold on for much longer. You idiot, what are you doing? What? Grab his arm and pull him up!
Acknowledged.
Oh, God. That sucks. What the hell are you doing? The grip is too tight. Stop that! Oh, no. Oh, no. That's terrible. Wait, I can still. It may have been unintentional. But either way, you would have been at fault for Justin's death. Not my client. Oh, that sucks, man. That sucks. Rip Justin Way. And if the construct fell in after Justin, your attuned object must be somewhere in the neutralized liquid. No, it's even better than that. Constructs are made from a specific magical alloy, aren't they? I'm sure with a few divination spells we can identify the metal shards from the construct and your arcane focus. Each and every one of those pieces of evidence points directly at you, Von Sanctus. Petulant little upstart. He was just in the way. And that's checkmate, Von Sanctus. Why don't you save us all a little time, Von Sanctus? Admit to what you did. While you're at it, drop your false allegations against my client. I have nothing to admit to, nor do I have anything to apologize for. Of course not. You're completely blameless, right? You think you've achieved victory here today? No. Dissidents like you and Drake again are absolutely deluded. Each and every breath you take only throws Wyvern further into chaos.
You talk about these commoners as if they have even a fraction of the power that you have.
Lady Steelwind, you need to see reason. They lack awareness of the power they truly have.
What?
These people have infected you and His Majesty with these idealistic delusions. I implore you both to see reality for what it is. No, Von Sanctus. The true reality is that people like you become threatened when we challenge your power. You all speak about the rights of the individual. You speak as if each and every one of you wouldn't stab each other in the back the moment that it benefited yourselves. You may hate the nobility. You may curse, scream, and blame us for all of your little problems. The truth is that you need us. You need us to direct and lead you. You need us to maintain the fragile order that holds your peaceful little lives together. You talk about protecting the common folk from themselves. But the truth is that your actions led to the death of an innocent man. That is the only truth that matters. The defense has no further questions for the witness. He is dismissed. Very well.
We did it again, Tyrion! And we even caught another murderer in the process.
Yeah, we couldn't get the case officially dismissed today. But it's pretty much inevitable that the evidence that we brought in today.
Actually, it probably won't even reach that point. Arya, hi! I've advised Lord Von Sanctus to drop the suit entirely. Word has already spread regarding the evidence that you brought forward. At this point, prolonging the trial would just harm us... would just harm his public image even more.
Negligent?
That's great! Now you can build a case for him against him for Justin's death.
The music is so good. The music is really good. Shout out to Insane in the Rain.
About that, I'll probably be forced to recuse myself from any charges brought against him. What? Why?
It's because you represented him in the suit, isn't it? It would be considered a conflict of interest to prosecute him yourself? Even though you're probably the only prosecutor that would convict him successfully.
You're correct. As the head of one of the Pillar families, he has the justice system dancing in the palm of his hand. He will definitely be quietly and swiftly acquitted. I would have never agreed to represent him if I had known about this.
Oh, Arya.
I'm truly sorry.
I love Arya so much. She's great. Like, actually, she's great.
Damn it.
You must have had this planned all along.
No. Is he seriously going to get away with this?
I wouldn't be so sure about that. Strike again. He may be acquitted in a legal sense, but the court of public opinion is a different thing entirely.
What do you mean?
We're gonna tear him to shreds. You brought forward a myriad of evidence against him, and I'm sure everyone in the gallery saw it too. Von Sanctus's power relies on his public image. And you quite handily tore down that facade. You may walk free, but his power and ideals have taken a great blow. But is that seriously all we can do? His actions and recklessness resulted in the death of Justin Way. He should be punished within the letter of the law.
You're not wrong, Mr. Cuthbert. But sometimes we must take the victories we can get.
She's probably right. But there's still one thing that's nagging at me. Oh, what's that? Allow me to show you the newest product from the Drinking and Trading Company. It's called a guillotine. Why was your safe unlocked if nothing was stolen? If Justin had gotten into your safe, he would have taken your gold with him. I think he had a change of heart. I think he did. It wouldn't still be there. Considering nothing is missing, I'd rather leave it at that. Really? Justin was a good man. Rather not taint anyone's memory of him. Especially Mosarika's. Right. She was pretty upset about your accusations. Nothing was taken, so no harm was done in that regard. I suppose so. But I can't help but wonder what actually happened. Oh, that was fast. Ooh, hello. Sorry. Excuse me. Hi, Taker. Just makes no damn sense to me. The kid successfully robbed the guy days ago. No one saw him. No one even suspected him. Then he breaks into the place again? Oh, he put it back. Oh, had a moment of weakness. Also, he could put back the stolen gold. Does this make any sense to you, Eris? I like this guy. Hi.
Perhaps he felt remorse for his actions, Father.
Oh no. Your family? Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's not good at all.
Not everyone can betray the people they love so easily.
I was about to be like, oh, it's a shame that I gave them really similar voices. But they're father and daughter.
And if that's true, I feel like there's a sense of tragic beauty to it all. If he had never tried to do the right thing, he would have never encountered the construct in the first place. He would have paid his debt, and he would still have his life.
It's true what they say. No good deed goes unpunished. No good deed goes unpunished. It's a shame about the gold, though.
I think we've made... Fuck. I think we've made more than... Son of a bitch. I think we've more than made profit today.
Not nobility, but wealthy. Maybe a merchant family. Yeah, something like that.
I, for one, am happy to have claimed a boatload of tithes today. Oh, you're funny. Oh, you think you're funny. You think that's so haha funny, Eris.
It is also a little goofy then that she is presumably actually 16 years old. Oh, no, wait, go the other way. Oh, hi. Hello, person I assume to be Miriam's mom. Or older sister, maybe? Okay, I'm gonna get further than I thought I would. I'm gonna like I take her. I'm gonna like I take her a lot. Oh? Up until now, we've been following the story of Tyrion Cuthbert. We've experienced the world through his eyes, capitalized, and fought for justice through his soul. But this time, why don't we start from the perspective of another? I'm so scared. Oh, who are we playing as? Ruby? Ooh, hiccup. Yeah! Ruby time! Oh, I'm excited. I'm very excited. I can't believe Cuthbert read the client's mind without me asking. Nope, without asking. It's starting to become a problem. He's becoming more and more reckless with each passing year. I wish Frey was still alive. She would know what to do. Hey, are they? Did you fuck my mom, Ruby? He made it look so effortless. And he loved her. Would he have listened to her if she was still here? Beatrice Frege. Is something the matter, Tamora? No, I already used that voice. No, I was just thinking about something. Well, the trial's about to begin. I don't doubt your abilities, but I'd still appreciate it if you remained focused. There we go. That's a new voice. All of our futures are at stake, after all. Of course, Miss Frege. Beatrice Frege. Freelancer of what? What do you do? Beatrice takes in a deep breath before she clasps her hands together. Claps her hands together. What's wrong? Nothing. It's just the usual ritual that I use to calm myself. Right. I'd almost forgotten about that. More importantly... Oh, what are you doing here?
My father sent me to guide Beatrice through the courthouse. It's a new environment for her, and we were both worried about her condition.
I still can't believe you were the boss's daughter. Oh my god. I get why people don't trust Ruby now. Oh no, I don't like that at all. I don't like that one bit. I still can't believe that you were the boss's daughter this entire time. Why didn't you say anything at the academy?
Oh? Knowing my true identity would have caused friction with your son, wouldn't it?
He's not my... Remember what Arya said in Case 1? I don't remember what Arya said in Case 1. What the hell did she say? Oh. Anyway, I suppose I understand why you stayed quiet. Oh, my pop filter's on crooked. But I still don't appreciate being kept in the dark about this.
Oh, speak of the devil.
Dad? Hi, Ticker? Oh, no, Cuthbert and McCoy. You spot Cuthbert and McCoy walking into the courtroom with the other members of the gallery. Oh, the Hound of the Eye Taker, right. Oh, no. Oh, this is so messy. I'm obsessed. I'm so excited. McCoy spots you and gives a friendly yet awkward smile. However, Cuthbert ignores you entirely and walks silently into the courtroom.
Parental troubles?
We had an argument earlier. It's nothing to worry about.
If you say so.
You are very wary about what he saw in Beatrice's mind, though. He's always been a good kid, but his idealistic sense of justice clouds his judgment sometimes. Beatrice blind? Celeste, did you fuck my son? You just hope that he's not planning to do anything reckless. He is probably planning on doing something reckless.
The trial is about to begin. You really have time to be making small talk here?
Prosecutor Steelwind approaches the three of you. But she appears to be accompanied by somebody else. Walnuts, you're back. Nightgrave? Is that you? What are you doing here? Well...
He's accompanying me as my aide for this case.
Oh, that's so exciting! I see. So I assume you'll be prosecuting.
Of course. I would never pass up the opportunity to face the infamous Ruby Tamora.
Ooh. Ooh. Tyrion? Do something reckless? No! I think there's a pair of delinquents who might have something to say about that. But, Miss Steelwind, don't strain yourself.
What's that look for, Beatrice?
I keep meaning to check Beatrice's age and then forgetting.
You almost look surprised to see me here.
23, okay. So sister, probably, right?
Considering the circumstances, I thought you might recuse yourself. I am more than capable of being objective. Especially for a case of this importance.
Well, I hope your mind is as strong as you think it is. Miss Steelwind, please calm down.
Oh, how I love a good reunion.
Ruby, are you in a fucking gang? Are you in a fucking gang, Ruby? Court is now in session for the trial of Beatrice Frege. Miss Steelwind, is the prosecution ready? Miss Steelwind?
Of course. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
The defense is also ready, Your Honor. Something seems off about her today. Is her personal attachment to this case distracting her? Very well, let's begin the proceedings. I'm worried about that. Prosecutor Steelwind, could you please list the charges?
Your Honor, the defendant is charged with first-degree murder and grand theft.
I'm nervous to find out who's dead. That's a lot of words.
As many of you know, Beatrice Frege is the formerly missing daughter of the now late William Frege. And the victim of the murder is William Frege himself.
Yes, I'm aware of that. People of Wyverngard will certainly mourn the loss of House Frege's head. So no head. Please. The only people mourning him are the banking house's shareholders. I like Ruby a lot more knowing how sketchy she is. But anyways, did you also say that the defendant is accused of grand theft? Christ.
Yes, Your Honor. The crimes took place during the Lord's Ball, an event that was hosted in Frege Manor yesterday evening. The Heralds and Hall of History had a gallery display within the manor. They were showcasing several magical artifacts donated to the Wyverngard Historical Society.
Please tell me one of the historical artifacts was, in fact, the murder weapon.
One of these items was the Sword of Spell Eating, a magical artifact that allows its wielder to nullify magical effects.
Please be the murder weapon. Okay, Sword of Spell Eating is an ancient artifact. When wielded by a creature, that creature and anything connected to them, physically or magically, are immune to all harmful magical effects. Legends say that it was forged through a blood contract between a mage and a demon. Ooh.
We, the prosecution, believe that the defendant stole this item. She then used it to nullify the magical lock on the victim's study. After breaking into the study, she attacked the victim and slashed his throat open using a letter opener.
Not the sword?
He died of blood loss shortly after.
Why would you not use the sword? I'm sure that'll come up, but... Died at 3:12 a.m. Cause of death was blood loss after his throat was slashed open. Both the arteries that are important were severed, meaning that death must have followed mere seconds after the wound was inflicted. Body shows several scratch marks on the face and back. Traces of illusion magic were also found on the body. Yeah, none of that makes any sense. I like how the game now introduces magic items. Yeah. I see. What possible motive would the defendant have to murder her own father?
William Frege and his daughter were not close. Saying that they had a strained relationship would be an understatement. In fact, 5 years prior to the murder, Beatrice abandoned him and fled her home. She went into hiding and did not contact any of her friends or family. Her whereabouts were unknown, until she suddenly, whoopsie. Until she suddenly contacted her father a week ago.
My client left the Frege household because of her toxic relationship with her father. She wanted to create a life for herself that was free of his influence and abuse.
I won't disagree with your claims.
I'm telling you, they're the Schnee family.
But that just highlights how desperate the defendant must have been. She clearly had fallen on hard times and begrudgingly contacted her father for financial aid. I can't possibly understand why they would schedule this meeting during the Lord's Ball. But nevertheless, several witnesses did see her that night. And these same witnesses saw her storming out of her father's study in anger. Her father must have refused her request for gold, so she decided to murder him to claim his inheritance. Luckily, we're prepared for this in advance.
Yes, they're playing right into our hands. Little terrifying the way they're talking. Okay. Testimony will be confirmed by Miriam Frege. The Schnee family, you're right. Yeah! Beatrice Frege fled from her family 5 years ago and went into hiding. In retaliation, William Frege told Miriam Frege that he would remove Beatrice from his will. It's literally the Schnee family. As a result, she wouldn't receive any inheritance after his death, because Winter Schnee, presumably, had to give up her inheritance when she went into the military, which made Weiss the heiress. It's the same shit. Also, Frege is, I'm pretty sure, also a, like, winter theme. What you're saying is all conjecture, Steelwind. You don't have any evidence or testimony that confirms what they spoke about.
Yes, I'm well aware that you and your client have refused to tell us what was discussed during that meeting. But as long as you both stay silent, my claims are plausible.
Be honest, Steelwind. Do you seriously think that my client committed these crimes in spite of her condition? Condition? What do you mean by that, Miss Tamora? Why don't you tell him, Steelwind? Tell the court. Tell the court about my client's disability. She's blind, isn't she?
Your Honor, Beatrice Frege is considered legally disabled, however.
Legally disabled? That's a convenient way of putting it, Steelwind. My client isn't just legally disabled. She's completely blind. Oh, completely? Okay. Completely blind? Is this true? We have several medical documents and testimony from several... What? How the fuck do you say that? I don't know. Attesting to that fact. My client is unable to see anything. Beatrice Frege is completely blind. She is unable to see anything through her eyes. This has been verified through several medical reports and qualified... It's an old-timey word for doctor. I assume it eventually morphed into a word like surgeon, but... What is the meaning of this, Miss Steelwind? Do you expect me to believe that a blind woman performed any of the acts you're accusing her of? I'm glad you also see how ridiculous these claims are, Your Honor.
If the court would just let me elaborate...
Steelwind, the prosecution's first charge is grand theft. My client would have needed to break into a magically secured display case. Performing such an act would be a difficult task for anyone, much less my client. We have not even started cross-examining yet. Like, it's not our turn to speak. And the second charge is first-degree murder. My client would have needed to use the Sword of Spell Eating on the lock leading to the victim's study. Then she would have needed to grab a letter opener, overpower the victim, and deliver a precise and fatal blow to the victim's neck. Does any of that sound like a reasonable theory, Your Honor? She's cutthroat as a defense attorney. I like to see it. I'm compelled to agree with you, Miss Tamora. It all sounds quite ludicrous, to be perfectly honest.
This is just awful. Steelwinds are clearly attacking the Fregas now that their head is deceased.
Oh my god. This is not a good look for Ruby, at least from the player side of things.
Objection!
Enough! Your Honor, the court has not seen the evidence that supports this case. Nor have you listened to the Inquisition's testimony regarding their investigation. Until you have done so, you are in no position to pass judgment.
Very well, Miss Steelwind, I suppose you have a point. Guess the young lady has some claws after all. But it doesn't matter. Their case against Beatrice is questionable at best. Frankly, it's surprising that Steelwind even went through with this. It's only a matter of time before the judge sees things your way. Oh, I accidentally read all of that as Ruby.
To begin, the prosecution would like to call Commander Orem White to the stand.
The tension makes a little more sense now when he's a cop and Ruby appears to be working with the mob, basically.
Commander White, please testify to the court about the Inquisition's findings.
Right. We didn't want to cause a panic after the sword was stolen, so we activated the Mana's silent security system. It put an anti-magic field over the entire Mana. We did a search of the house, and we found the stolen sword in the defendant's bedroom. It didn't look like she was just going to run. Wait, it didn't look like she was going to run, and Crown Prince Aster told us to stand down, so we just kept a close eye on her. William Frege was in a bad mood that night, so he had already locked himself inside his study. But an hour later, we entered the study and found him lying dead in a pool of blood. The lock was still engaged and no one teleported in. Perp must have temporarily disabled the lock using the spell of sword eating. We have testimonies to say that the defendant was seriously in debt. She must have murdered the victim to get a part of his inheritance. Their case against Beatrice is exactly as you predicted. And you already have a countermeasure to disprove the existence of a motive. All you have to do is present that to the court. Okay. That was fast. I was gonna say, this is zipping by. And I don't know how I feel about that. Inheritance. Autopsy. Boop. She won't receive any inheritance. This too is Knives Out. Your Honor, the prosecution's case against my client is riddled with holes. And the prosecution's proposed motive is the largest among them. What do you mean, Mr. Mora? Of all the elements in this case, the motive is the most believable. Your client would have had much to gain through her father's inheritance. That may be. But that's assuming that my client had anything to inherit at all.
What?
Your Honor, my client fled from her psychologically abusive father 5 years ago. How do you think he would have reacted to that? Lord Frege was a petty and vindictive man. Do you honestly think that he'd leave his inheritance to someone who disobeyed him so egregiously? No. He'd do everything in his power to make sure that she didn't see a shred of his wealth.
Yes, we're already well aware of this.
The moment she slams her cane down, you notice the prosecutor wince a little. But she quickly hides it and regains her composure.
On the night of the murder, the victim made the decision to disinherit the defendant. However, his murder deprived him of the opportunity to submit his will to his attorney. This only further proves the defendant's motive. She would have needed to act quickly, lest her father submit the changed will.
I'm afraid you're mistaken, Steelwind. William Frege didn't disinherit my client that night. He disinherited my client 5 years ago. I have witnessed testimony from Miriam Frege, William's youngest daughter. By her own admission, her father disinherited my client shortly after she fled the household.
What? She never brought that up during questioning.
Miriam doesn't like you. Perhaps she's not as amicable to you as you thought. If you don't believe me, why don't we call her to the stand and ask her ourselves?
What are you planning, Mr. Mora?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, it's clear we won't get anywhere until we hear from Miriam directly. Bailiff, please escort Miriam Frege to the stand.
Hey, Miriam.
Miriam, is the defense correct? Did your father disinherit Beatrice 5 years ago? Yes. And you didn't think it was necessary to share this information with me? you never asked. If I recall correctly, you also were tight-lipped during questioning this morning. Are you staying quiet for your sister's sake?
The witness just lost her father. You can hardly expect her to recall every detail that's relevant to the case.
Which raises a more concerning question. How did you extract this information?
Who knows? Maybe I just have a way with people. Don't like that.
Regardless, I suppose you have a point. I'll give the witness the benefit of the doubt. For now. In any case, Miriam, please testify to the court about how you found out about Beatrice's disinheritance. Yes, of course.
Hi again, Miriam.
One day, we all woke up and discovered that Beatrice had fled from her home. She left a note for us, and in it, she renounced her name and denounced my father. My father later called me and my sister into his study. He told us that he'd completely disowned Beatrice and removed any claim she had to the Frege estate.
Ruby is so above board, guys.
It was probably a threat to us in case we ever chose to go down the same path she did. He wanted to make an example out of her. This all happened 5 years ago. And you're sure this all happened 5 years ago? Yes, even now. I can remember everything clearly. Isn't your
fucking bit that you don't know, like you're really bad at telling the time?
I see. Her speech is getting slower. Is she deep in thought? Nightgrave seems extremely concerned for some reason. Is she okay?
Is it Leif? Is that how you pronounce that?
And Leif was there with you at this meeting? Yes, she was. However, Leif couldn't possibly have been there.
Her words are getting more slurred. You also notice that her balance is slightly swaying. Aria, are you okay? Hey, are you okay?
Of course, I
knew it. What? Oh, they have the same sprite. That's cute. Beatrice? Oh, she didn't. I was like, why didn't Beatrice react? She didn't see anything. By the scaled lord, is that blood? Arya, no. Blood. Bailiff, find anyone capable of casting healing magic. Escort them to the courtroom immediately. Wallace. He's right there. After some scrambling, a couple of healers are able to help Nightgrave stabilize the prosecutor. Okay, good. In all the chaos, you see a glimpse of her. There were deep wounds and blood on several parts of her body. Oh, Arya. He must have used some kind of illusion to hide them, but her disguise is completely dissipated now. Oh my god, Arya. Before Steelwind is taken out of the courtroom, you catch her whispering something into Nightgrave's ear. You see a look of confusion for him, but he nods and makes his way to the witness stand. But not before passing a message on to the bailiff, who seems equally confused. Just what the hell is going on? Hey, Walnuts. Mr. Nightgrave, explain yourself. What is going on? Why was Miss Steelwind so gravely injured? I'm sorry. I wasn't actually here as Miss Steelwind's aide. I was here as her healer. Oh, God. How bad is it that you need a healer with you, like, consistently? Her healer? The truth is, Miss Steelwind was violently attacked at noon today. She was in critical condition, but she insisted on prosecuting the case anyway. I owed her a favor, and she asked me to channel my necromancy to keep her wounds closed during the trial. Scaled Lord, why didn't she just recuse herself? You must have known. If anyone else tried to prosecute Beatrice, you would have oh, this isn't Ruby. If anyone else tried to prosecute Beatrice, you would have handily won the trial. Nevertheless, she showed up to prosecute because no one else would. And she did it all despite the risk to her life. It almost makes you respect her a little. Respect! Ruby, please. Please respect Arya. Almost. Anyway, is there any need to prolong this trial, Your Honor? What? Even you must acknowledge how weak the case against my client is. Ruby, a woman just collapsed. She has something despicable going on. In addition to that, Miriam's testimony shows that my client had nothing to gain from her father's death. Miss Tamora, Miss Steelwind has been gravely injured. And you're still only concerned about... The only thing I'm concerned about is seeking justice for my client. Even so, we cannot move forward until we find another prosecutor. And how long do you think that will take, Your Honor? It's almost been 12 hours since the murder took place. That gives us, what, 36 hours? After that, every magical trace at the crime scene will fully disappear. But there might be someone... If Steelwind had simply allowed another prosecutor to work this case, we wouldn't be in this situation. She took a risk and now she has to pay the price. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? Jesus Christ, Ruby. You're not exactly proud of winning this way. You look pretty smug. But this is what it takes to win. And you won't let an opportunity like this pass you by. Holy shit, Ruby. The judge is clearly unhappy with this turn of events. But it's out of his hands now. Well, due to today's unprecedented events, I suppose I have no choice. No. There aren't any prosecutors available to immediately take Miss Steelwind's place. We'll take a brief recess. After that, I'll deliver my verdict. That's fucked, man. Objection! Tyrion, thank God. Oh, this is so good. Your Honor, I'm afraid you can't pass a verdict just yet. Mr. Cuthbert. Cuthbert? What the hell are you doing? Oh, I like that sprite. I don't know. What I do know is that there's a massive contradiction in Miriam Frega's testimony. But it looks like things aren't going to be as simple as you expected.
Yes, I would like to save.
Oh, the ballroom. Oh, the ballroom. I've seen that screen cap before. The night before. I feel so out of place here. Oh, we were invited! Well, I don't know if we were invited, actually. We might just be here. Despite your clear hatred for the nobility, you found yourself at a party filled with aristocrats. You hardly recognize anyone. Many of the people here clearly recognize you. You're used to receiving dirty looks from the upper class, but you can literally feel everyone's disdain for you.
Why are you in the corner by yourself?
I can't believe I let you talk me into coming here. Oh, she looks so cute! Oh, she looks so cute! Oh my god! For reasons unknown, you lose your train of thought.
I've been wanting to wear this dress for a while now. What do you think? What's wrong?
You suddenly feel extremely flustered. It's difficult to make eye contact with her.
Oh, I see. Are you enchanted by my beauty? Come on, say something. Oh, she's so cute.
Ever since that night in Oranax, you felt like something has been off between you two. I might have to cosplay this Celeste. This is so cute. Live Ruby reaction. Am I interrupting something? Miss Tamora. I wanted to check in on you two before we went to meet with Lord Frege. You spot a woman silently following behind her. Is she the client that Miss Tamora is representing? I'm pretty sure this is your first time meeting her, but she still looks familiar for some reason. Hi, I'm Tyrion Cuthbert. I'm Miss Tamora's ward. You extend your hand out to shake hers. She has an aristocratic air to her, so you hope you're not being too informal. Don't you have 10 other cosplays you want to do? That is a low estimate. Instead of taking your hand, she claps her hands together and takes a deep breath. What? Including Arya, yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. It's a bit of a habit of mine.
Oh. Nevertheless, she finally shakes your hand. Oh! She uses it to get around.
Heard so much about you, Mr. Cuthbert. My name is Beatrice.
You're not sure about the details, but your mentor appears to be brokering a deal between Beatrice and William Frege. Including a version of Arya that hasn't even been revealed yet. Yeah. Honestly, I might do that one first. Like, And, like, not the Arya that we currently know. William Frege is the ruling lord of House Frege, so you're a little curious about what kind of deal he'd be involved in. Ruby. Ruby, did you fuck with the inheritance the night before the murder? Did you fuck with the inheritance the night before the murder? You've learned not to pry into your mentor's business. Anyway, we'll probably be gone for a while. Can I trust you two not to cause trouble? Absolutely not. You're in a manor filled with the highest members of the nobility. You might meet some familiar yet unfriendly faces. We'll keep a low profile, Miss Tamora. Please do. I hope the, she's so cute. I hope the, so, like, I've seen the picture of them dancing, obviously. Yeah, I fucking love that sequence. I love what they're doing with Ruby. So I've seen the picture of Tyrion and Celeste dancing, because it's the, like, it's what shows when the game is opening. I assume it's here. And, like, at first I was just like, oh, cute. It's gonna be, like, a cute little romance scene, whatnot. I really hope they do it to make the nobles mad. I really hope they do. So, why were you so insistent on accompanying Miss Tamora to the Lord's Ball?
That's...
You know you can tell me anything, right? Oh.
I guess everything that happened in Oranax made me think about things. I don't really know anything about my past or where I came from. I didn't want to think about it because of my dad and mom, but...
You wanted to find out who your biological parents are. I have a guess.
I do, but... I don't know now. Being here is starting to make me feel weird. I still have my mom, and looking for my birth parents feels... wrong somehow.
I don't think that's true.
Really?
Miss Tamora adopted me when I was a child, and she gave me a purpose in life. But I still keep my childhood memories of my mother close to me. Yeah, I have a pretty distinct idea as to who Celeste's birth parents are. But I'm scared I'm gonna be wrong, so I'm gonna hold on to that. Miss Tamora and my mother are both important to me. I don't think it's disrespectful to find out more about yourself, and I'm sure your mother will understand.
You think so?
I'm glad that Celeste also still has her mom. She's so cute. She's so cute. I'm glad that Celeste still has her mom, like, just present in the background, at the very least. Of course. And I'm also sure of another thing. If I'm with you, I doubt any of the nobles here will want to speak to you.
Yeah, I didn't want to be rude, but...
Don't worry, I can find something to fill the time.
You're just gonna play chess alone, aren't you?
Maybe.
You really need to learn to talk to other people. Make some new friends or something.
I don't need more friends. I usually want to spend most of my time with you anyway.
And anyway, I'm gonna go talk to some people.
Yeah, I'll see you later. Oh, they're stupid. Celeste leaves to mingle with some of the other partygoers. You find yourself with very little to do, and you doubt anyone would want to engage in small talk from the likes of you. Your hand instinctively goes to your satchel. It contains your foldable chessboard. Well, it's not as if I have anything better to do. This is also... Sorry, cosplayer brain turned on. This is a perfect convention backdrop. Like this set, quote unquote, always exists at conventions. There's like a 50-50 chance that somebody is genuinely holding a wedding at the venue at the same time as the convention. One of the last cons that I was at, there was in fact a wedding going on at the same time. I was at Dokido Con. Dokido Con is really fun if you guys are ever in Kalamazoo. It's a pretty small con, so it's not unreasonable for them to share the space. And so there was, luckily, completely separated. I would feel so bad if we had to share spaces, but completely separated. There was a wedding at the same, it's a convention center combined with a hotel. And at one point, and that's the only, like, that's the entirety of the venue. There aren't, like, other hotels that are connected to it or other, like, con centers that are connected to it. It's just one hotel that has, like, a very small, like, con center. So we were separated from each other, but everybody's staying at the same hotel, right? So there was a point that I was in the elevator with my friends Max and Maddie, who also cosplay a lot of Ace Attorney, often with me. But we got into the elevator and there was this older couple who I have to assume were like a parents of one of the people getting married or like an aunt and uncle or something. And we got in the elevator and they were like, "You guys having fun?" And we were like, yeah, we're tired, but we're having fun. "Are you guys having fun?" And they were like, "Yeah, we're tired, but we're having fun." It was really nice. I should try to find an empty table to play on. Look for table. That's adorable. Yeah, it was so nice. Each table has a centerpiece of flowers on it. Most of the seats of the tables are filled. It doesn't look like you'll be able to play here. We got anything else? Chandelier? Several gold-tinted chandeliers hang from the ceiling of the ballroom. They look fancy enough to be worth a small fortune. It irks you a little how much wealth Lord Frege must be hoarding to afford all of this. But yeah, like 9 times out of 10, there's going to be a ballroom at a convention center. I might have to cosplay the, like, because the formal Celeste cosplay is literally like, I think I might have a wig that works for Celeste, or I can just buy one. It's a simple enough wig. And the dress is a very simple one too, compared to other things that I usually do. So I could either make that or buy that as well. And then I could just have it in my back pocket, basically. I have a couple of cosplays like that where I'm like, well, I could just throw this on no matter where I'm at. Like, Emma is one of those. This place looks pretty quiet, but there aren't any tables anywhere. Well, I could play on the floor. Ooh. What the? While walking through the hallways, you suddenly find yourself face to face with a large wolf. Immediately upon seeing you, the wolf quickly gallops away. Did someone leave a door open? You think about telling someone, but you remember that the manor is full of nobles. You're sure a servant will spot it eventually, and it's not as if anyone will believe you anyway. Probably like a familiar or something, right? Or like it might even not be a real wolf. It's probably fine. It'd probably be best to find somewhere else to play. There are several jewels mounted on the wall. They all look equidistant from each other. You already knew that House Frege is wealthy, but embedding jewels into the walls makes the place look pretty tacky. I can't believe we're literally this bored without Celeste around, dude. You need, like, one more friend. Like, we have Rika, but you should probably have, like, one more friend. They even have gold-tinted chandeliers in the hallways. Tyrion, you need a friend that is not your girlfriend, and well, I guess she's not your girlfriend yet. You need one that's not your girlfriend and that isn't in a place that you want to avoid at all costs. It's ridiculous when you think about it. Is that it? Damn. There's nothing to do. Ooh, gallery. Ooh, the sword. I assume these are more Kickstarter backers. You look further around the manor and find a room with several displays. Looks like a gallery of some sort, but it's slightly out of place here. There are a few nobles in the room, and they're all silently appreciating the exhibits. Bro, we're at the Met Gala. Perhaps Lord Frege paid a museum to create some historical displays for the Lord's Ball. Now, there's a face I haven't seen before. Oh! As you take a closer look at one of the exhibits, an old man approaches you. Is that a monkey on his back? Well, the monkey looks very friendly. Hello, my name is Harold Haroldson, and the curator of this collection. Harold Haroldson? Is that a pseudonym or something? No. I see. Wait, he's a museum curator? He must be extremely knowledgeable about Wyverngard's history. You wonder. Would you happen to know anything about the ancient dragons? Ah, like the scaled lord Rathalion. There are many pieces in this gallery, and some of them were items that were wielded by the 7 heroes of Wyverngard. I love that his age is... he is a mage. Imagine being called something like Sam Samson. Legends say that some of these items were directly enchanted by Rathalion himself. Enchanted by Rathalion? Would that mean that they also don't follow the rules of magic? Perhaps you should examine these items more closely. Well, I hope that means that he's giving me a, tour. Painting is some sort of scientist. Yeah, he is. That man is Dr. Luke, Cuthbert? Sure. He was an alchemist and inventor from one of the branch families. He is well known for his studies into imbuing intelligence into automatons. Intelligent automatons? Would that make them similar to arcane constructs? Yes, actually. I wouldn't be surprised if Lord Von Sanctus used Dr. Kepler's research to create those constructs. So in essence, Von Sanctus is taking credit for someone else's work. I feel like that's stretching it a little, Tyrion, but it's a painting of a researcher. That is Professor Matt Furland. He was a professor of some renown. He was a researcher of combinational magic theory. What's that? It's the study of how different types of magic interact with each other. Okay, Iroh moment. He famously ran an experiment on what would happen if two anti-magic fields overlapped each other. Did he blow himself up? That's pretty interesting. What were the results of the experiment? Well, they had mages enter the space where the two fields overlapped. Turns out those mages were able to use their magic in that space. Wait, how would that be possible? They would have two anti-magic fields affecting them. The anti-magic cancel out the other anti-magic? When the fields overlapped, they canceled each other out. I've heard that it's akin to multiplying two negative numbers together. Well, that's fun. What's this? Pair of golden earrings. There are small jewels embedded into each of them. Those are the earrings of vitality. It is said that the Scaled Lord imbued a portion of his immortality into these. Legends say that whoever wore them would have their lifespan increased tenfold. The Scaled Lord could do things like that? Of course! He's the Scaled Lord, after all. How are we keeping these in museum exhibits? How are they not getting stolen every 2 seconds? I know the plot is literally one got stolen. But, how are we not... how are these not being held by the royal family? Huh. Are there any spells that can create a similar effect to those earrings? Not that I know of. A spell like that would probably fall under the school of necromancy. I'm sure you know how much the kingdom scrutinizes that type of magic. And it's yeah, we know. It's a pair of metallic armbands. There are several magic runes carved onto them. These are the armbands of intellect. They were created by a member of House Freyga many centuries ago. Centuries? That would make these armbands one of the first creations of artificery. That's correct. Legends say that whoever wore these armbands would be granted unparalleled levels of intellect. Many believe that House Freyga created these to aid them in their study of magic. I see. So that's why House Freyga is so, especially Miriam was so, uptight about having some of the best grades. And also then forging, had the headmaster succeeded at making people think that she had, forged test results and such. It would really do damage. Let's look at the sword. It's a crimson red short sword. Ah, that's the spell of sword eating. Legends say it has the power to protect its wielder from any kind of magic. So it's like an anti-magic field. In a way, yes. But it has less than heroic origins, I'm afraid. It's said that this sword was created through a blood pact between a mage and a demon. A demon? Legends say that some demons had the power to absorb and nullify magic. Demon must have imbued some of that power into this sword. Or at least that's what the legends say. Did I say the spell of sword eating? Listen, the sword is spell eating. I'm gonna keep fucking it up on purpose now. Is it safe to put something like this on display? What if the legends are true? Don't worry, these displays are fortified with several abjuration spells. I bet even Lord Steelwind would have trouble getting into this. Carlton Security. Interesting. Can we talk to you? So, what is a historian doing at the Lord's Ball, Mr. Haroldson? Harold. Right. Harold. He must think it adds a semblance of culture, the fool. Anyway. Walnuts cast a spell of sword eating. Anyway, Lord Frega invites my museum to set up some displays here every year. You own a museum? Yes, it's the Haroldson Hall of History, located in the city of Hamharath. That's a mouthful. Unfortunately, I don't think his guests appreciate the historical significance of these items. I do, I think they're neat. Honestly, you're the only person in years who's taken a meaningful interest in them. Damn. Small monkey. Sorry, I have to ask. Is that a monkey riding on your back? Yes, this is my familiar, Eugene. Your familiar? Ah, I was right, familiars. A familiar is a creature that a mage has formed a magical bond with. I have a feeling that wolf is going to be Beatrice's. With that bond, our souls are forever connected. Because it would make sense for Beatrice to have a familiar as a skilled mage, but also it would make sense for her to have a seeing eye dog. Like, I can communicate with him telepathically. I could even cast my spells through him if I wanted to. Yeah, I think Miriam has, I think that's her familiar. Monkey. Really? I never knew a spell like that existed. Quite rare. Very few mages take the time to learn how to cast it. I would like to give a shout out to Find Familiar, which, I always would, like, learn and then forget to use. Because the point of Find Familiar to me wasn't, like, actual strategic use. It was just to have a pet. Anyway, I'm going to read this because Familial Bond is a little bit different, I think, than Find Familiar. Find Familiar, narratively, also, like, in Rules as Written 5e, is a little weird. Because usually I think when people are thinking of a familiar, they're like, oh, I'm going to keep, like, I'm summoning the same creature, which is, I think, something that is, like, within the realm of Find Familiar. I think you can technically, flavor text-wise, summon the same creature, and, like, DM-wise, you can do whatever you want. But, like, Find Familiar is literally, like, you're finding, like, a fae or, like, what the fuck is the word I'm looking for? I think it can be infernal, right? Or, like, something else. It's been a hot second. But, like, I don't play a lot of spellcasters. But, like, when you think of a familiar, at least personally, I'm like, oh, this is, like, an animal that always hangs around near me. A fiend, yes. The caster forms a magical unbreakable bond with the target creature, connecting them to the caster's magic. While this bond exists, the caster can telepathically communicate with the target over any distance. The caster can also choose to see through the target's eyes as long as they concentrate. I'm telling you. Lastly, the caster can also cast spells from the location of the target creature instead of their own location. Okay, so pretty much Find Familiar. Once this bond is formed, neither the caster nor the target can form bonds with any other creature. This bond can only be broken in death. Jesus. Also, this is just like Avalon Web of Magic. Oh, alternatively, that was Dad's familiar. What's his name? William. And she yoinked it. Eugene helps me with my day-to-day. Well, he's very friendly looking. These old bones aren't as spry as they used to be, after all. Monkey. Mr. Harold. Harold. As a historian, do you have a lot of knowledge about the ancient dragons? The answer to that question is somewhat complicated. What do you mean? Unfortunately, a lot of historical texts in my collection have been altered or even outright destroyed by the Church of Bahamut. Because of that, it's quite difficult to separate myths from actual historical accounts. Right, I remember encountering a similar problem at the Imperial Academy. Let the simpleton into the Imperial Academy? Ah, you must be quite dedicated to your studies. Rude. Do you suppose that can't be helped? Dick. Gumshoe. I had to fight the church for a long time before I could even display dragon bones in my museum. This is just like that Lupin the Third episode. In the history of the ancient dragons, was there any instance of them granting powers to humans? Well, of course. That's the entire premise behind the 7 Heroes of Wyverngard. Does this idiot not even know about that? Right, but was there anything before that? Did they ever grant supernatural abilities that didn't follow the rules of arcane magic? Granting supernatural abilities, you say? That sounds more like something demonic in nature rather than draconic. Demonic? Teehee! Much like the ancient dragons, demons are the stuff of myths. There are many stories of people selling their souls to them for untold power. Selling their souls? You recall the note that your mother left for you before she was executed. Use my eyes. Peer beyond the divine gate as I once did. She told you to use her eyes. Did your mother make a deal with the demon to give you the Eye of Horus? Is something wrong? This simpleton is far too superstitious. No, nothing's wrong. It's a bit too much to take in, but you might just be overthinking this. There haven't been any recorded sightings of demons in recent history. There are only secondhand stories and superstitions. The Eye of Horus can't possibly be demonic, can it? The idea of Tyrion's mom functionally being like a witch, then, like, that fucks. I like that. You hope Celeste's investigation is going better than yours. Can we go see her again? I would like to go see her again. How dare you insinuate that I engaged in an adulterous relationship? That's not what I... Enough. If you try to speak to me again, I'll have the King's Guard throw you out.
This isn't working. I don't think asking them like that will be very effective.
Please tell me Arya has a different outfit.
What?
Oh my god! Look at her! Oh, this is my favorite thing. Oh, I'm so excited. This is so fun. Yay!
Did you expect anyone here to be truthful with you? You're essentially asking them if they cheated on their spouses.
Have you been spying on me? I'm so happy. I love character redesigns.
Not intentionally. I was just surprised to see you here, of all places. Right. I guess that makes sense. You're not party crashing, are you?
Of course not. I came here with Ruby and Tyrion.
That honestly raises more questions than answers. But I'll take your word for it. Anyway, you're looking for your birth parents, aren't you? Was I being that obvious? It's the only reason I could think of. Why else would you be trying to speak with the members of the nobility? I don't know if it's any of my business. But think hard about whether this is what you truly want. Getting entangled with the aristocracy will only bring you misery. I've read your file. You have everything you could ever want. You have your mother and your friends. You even have a lover.
What?
You're in a relationship with Mr. Cuthbert, are you not?
No, Tyrion's not my...
Really? From the way you two behave around each other, I just assumed. It's pretty obvious you have feelings for him.
What? How obvious?
Did he seriously not notice? I think someone with his deductive reasoning skills would easily see through you.
Oh yeah? What about you and Aster?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Come on, I was there at Von Sanctus Manor. It's so obvious you like him.
Please, you're grossly exaggerating things. He may be my fiancé, but I have only the utmost respect for him.
And what if I told you he was standing right behind you?
You honestly think I'd fall for something like that?
What are you falling for? Oh! Your Highness! Who are you? Oh, you're a little baby. Oh, hi. You're so little. You look like a little bird.
Oh, hello, Lady Steelwind.
Your Highness, please don't run ahead like that. Your conversation with Harold was definitely interesting. But you still find yourself with very few leads. Be it dragons or demons, the origins of the Eye of Horus still remain a mystery. You find yourself returning to the ballroom, and you spot Celeste in the corner with some other people. You with Aster and Steelwind? Hey, Aster, what do you think of Steelwind's dress?
Suits you very well, Miss Steelwind. You look lovely.
Oh my god! She squeaked.
Gross.
As you approach the group, you're stopped by a knight from the King's Guard. He stares you down. What? Repario Arcanum. That was the incantation for detect magic. The knight stares you up and down. Celeste hasn't cast any spells on you lately, so he shouldn't be able to see any traces of magic. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert. What was that all about? My apologies. They were making sure you weren't disguising yourself with an illusion. I should probably also give the small child the accent, since you're almost certainly Aster's baby sibling. Right? I cannot get over how this kid looks like a little bird.
The King's Guard are charged with keeping us safe. We must take every precaution to protect us.
Oh? And who might you be?
Do not speak so familiarly with me, peasant.
Alaric, don't speak to him like that.
Why shouldn't I speak to him as I please? I am Prince Alaric de Wyverngard IV. I will not demote myself by showing courtesy to a commoner.
Oh. Doesn't he mean to me? He's a baby. I'm terribly sorry about him, Mr. Cuthbert. It's fine. Anyway, weren't you supposed to be investigating your birth parents? Leave the poor woman alone.
She started it.
He's being so rude to me. How adorable. He's 7. What can he do? He's like what the fuck is the thing from Steven Universe? He's like an angry little slice of pie. Right. I'm actually quite surprised to see you both here. What brings you to the Lord's Ball, Mr. Cuthbert? We were just accompanying Miss Tamora. Her client has business with Lord Frege. Her client? Ooh, Beatrice. Oh. Beatrice suddenly storms through the ballroom. She almost walks right past you before she hears Aster's voice. She looks furious. Did her discussion with Lord Frege go badly? Did I miss? I want to check that I didn't miss a dialogue, but I think it was just like a ... Yeah. Yep. Oh, that voice. Is that you, Aster? It really is you! She called him Aster instead of Your Highness. Do they personally know each other? Uh-oh. I'm glad to see you again. It's been quite some time. Oof. Is that really all you have to say? Oof. It appears you two have much to talk about. I'll be taking my leave. Well, that's awkward. There's a bit of tension in the air. Celeste, we should probably get going, too.
Yeah. Wow, that was awkward.
Yeah, I wonder how those two know each other. She's working with Miss Tamora, but she knows Lord Frege and the Crown Prince? Just who is she? Well, you suppose it's none of your business. Anyway, how did your investigation go?
I got nothing. I think all I did was make a bunch of the nobles mad.
Sorry. I know you really wanted answers. But I'm sure something will come up.
You think so?
It might be a little irresponsible to give her hope like this. A noble abandoned her at a tavern in a rundown village. You doubt someone like that would make themselves easy to find.
Anyway, I don't want this night to be a total loss. Come on, dance with me.
What? That's not really something I...
Don't be like that. How often do we get to go to a party like this?
Before you have the chance to object, she grabs your hand and starts dragging you to the middle of the room. Waltz with me, how cute. Oh, that's so cute. You receive a few dirty looks from the aristocrats nearby. Celeste, people are staring at us.
Who cares what they think? They're nobles. They're going to hate us no matter what we do.
She takes a hold of your other hand and begins to pull you into a waltz. Yay! Oh, you look so awkward. Oh, this is so good. This is so good. This is so good. He's concentrating so hard. He's trying so hard. Oh god, I need to go back. I need to go back. Hold on. I missed it. I don't even know how to dance. I've never done this before.
It's easy. Just stop being so awkward about it.
Easy for her to say. Alright, just tell me what I need to do.
Well, first... Yay! You need to be closer to me.
With one swift motion, she pulls her body closer to yours.
Watch my movements and try to follow my lead.
You seem to know a lot about these things.
I had to do a lot of networking when I was a mercenary. Do you know how many times I had to charm a merchant into hiring me?
I see. You really don't know much about her, do you? You carefully watch the position of her feet and try to match her movements. After a while, you find yourself able to match her rhythm. But you still accidentally step on her foot every few beats. She doesn't seem fazed by it. Either she's being polite or she genuinely doesn't feel anything.
You're getting it! But don't focus so much on where your feet are.
God, I hope she does the line I think she's going to say. Yeah! That is exactly what I was hoping she would say. This is so good.
Just look at me.
What?
Come on, do it.
You try to break eye contact with her, but every time you do, you slowly find yourself being drawn back into her eyes. You feel so embarrassed that you're becoming lightheaded, and you find yourself perspiring more than usual. At the same time, you don't have any urge to break away from her. There's a comforting warmth behind all the anxiety you're feeling.
There he is, the infamous Tyrion Cuthbert. Never turns away from challenging a noble, but can't dance a step to save his life.
Her expression doesn't betray a hint of it, but you detect feelings of nervousness from her. Is she just as flustered as you are? Yay! You find yourself relaxing a bit more, and you're somehow able to continue matching her movements.
See? There you go. Although...
What is it?
You know the man is supposed to lead, right?
Maybe I don't subscribe to gender stereotypes.
Or maybe you just suck at this.
It's been a while since you felt this calm. There's always been something that you needed to prepare for. A client that needed saving, a culprit that needed catching. But you're quite content with this one brief moment you're able to spend with her. You almost find yourself getting lost in the mood. That was so nice. William's dead now, isn't he? He's dead. Until you spot a familiar face, accompanied by a legion of knights. No, don't tell me. The knights storm their way towards where Beatrice and Aster are. Several of the attendees take notice. They all stop what they're doing to see what's going on. Beatrice Frege, by the authority of the Wyvern Crown, you're under arrest. Did he just say Beatrice Frege?
Damn it, it was just getting good. We should go see what's happening, shouldn't we?
Yeah, let's go. You are completely out of line, Commander. I thought I told you to stand down.
Do you not recognize who you're speaking to? Let go of Lady Frege!
I can't really do that, Your Highnesses. Master, what's going on? It's Lord Frege. He was found murdered in his study. So true, girl. Yeah. And these cretins think that Beatrice is behind it somehow. We all know Celeste was gonna make a move. Yeah, it was gonna be Celeste. It was not gonna be Tyrion. Sorry, Your Highness, but my orders come straight from Steelwind.
Lady Steelwind sent you.
Beatrice takes in a deep breath and claps her hands together. I should go with them.
What? No!
My brother is right. They have no right to... I don't want to cause friction between you and Arya. Girl, mission failed. She's always been meticulous.
I'm sure she's just being careful. I'm sure I'll be exonerated once they've thoroughly investigated what happened. Okay. Only if that's truly what you want. What? You can't just let them take her away. Brother, she's correct. It is not our place to interfere with the laws of our kingdom. But... However... yes, Your Highness. Miss Beatrice is blind. One of your knights will need to escort her. She's what? Did he just say she's blind? Anyways. We're going to need you to take... Nope, we're going to need to take you to a holding cell, lady. One of you should stay with her and guide her through. Please. I may be disabled, but I'm not a child. Beatrice walks past the knights and heads towards the foyer. It appears that she already knows the way out. Shouldn't you all be following her? Right. Inquisition, move out. You definitely didn't expect the night to go like this. What is going on here? I can keep going. Can't believe they kept us here until noon. The Lord's Ball was already running well into the night, even before the murder occurred. You'd like nothing more than to catch up on your lost sleep, but you made a promise to Aster. You have a bit of advice for this investigation? Oh boy. This doesn't make any sense. Beatrice was with me and my brother the entire night. Right. You were there when she met with him in Steelwind. She couldn't have stolen the spell of sword eating, and have murdered her father. I don't understand. Of all the people that could have done this, why would Steelwind suspect a blind woman? Mr. Cuthbert, could you defend Beatrice against these awful charges? I don't think I even need to. What? Beatrice is Ruby's client. I'm sure that she'll be the one defending her. Well, that certainly puts my mind at ease. No, it doesn't. What's wrong? I don't know if I'm asking too much. But could you still investigate the crime scene for me, Mr. Cuthbert? What? But we just said that Miss Tamora will. I know, and I don't doubt her abilities. But Beatrice is a dear friend of mine. I'd like every chance for her to be found innocent. You said that she was a dear friend. They must know each other since she's a Freyga. Why would Miss Tamora, of all people, represent a member of a noble house? There's a lot of things you don't know about her. Of course, I'll also compensate you for your services. Consider yourself blessed. A commoner like you could only dream of a job like this. Lyric. The Tiny Prince has a point, though. A payment from the Crown Prince does sound tempting. Can't believe this. Celeste returns to the ballroom. She's changed back into her normal clothes. What's wrong? The people in the coat room said that they couldn't find my sword. They told me that someone must have stolen it. What? Oh no. We have to find that. That's an emergency. Why would someone want to steal Celeste's sword? Aside from your group, everyone else at the ball was an aristocrat. You do recall her saying that it was forged in the Eastern Kingdoms. Someone might have stolen it because of its rarity. We could probably keep an eye out for it while we investigate the manor. This might all be some kind of mistake. Hope so. But anyway, where should we start first? We should head to the crime scene. I remember hearing that they found Lord Freyga's body in his study. Let's go over there. But I want to talk to you first. Eastern Kingdoms, totally not Japan. Are you worried about your missing sword? No. Well, yes, I am worried. But I'm sure it'll turn up eventually. She's trying her best to hide how worried she is. You hope you'll be able to find her sword somewhere. Where should we go next? The body was supposedly found in Lord Freyga's study on the top floor. We should probably start our investigation there. Anything in here that's important? Each of these tables have a centerpiece of flowers on it. To be honest, it kinda looks tacky. Your notion of aesthetics must fly over the heads of peasants like us. Chandeliers look fancy enough to be worth a small fortune. Banking houses are loaded, aren't they?
Just out of curiosity. Okay, nothing. Okay, let's go to the study. You arrive at the crime scene and see the usual swarm of Inquisition knights. However, you also spot some members of the King's Guard. They must be working together since the victim is from one of the Pillar families.
I wasn't expecting to see you here, Mr. Cuthbert. I thought Ruby Tamora was defending this case.
Prosecutor Steelwind approaches you as you enter the study. And she's followed by an unexpected yet familiar face. Oh, dude.
Wallace? What are you doing here? He's here as my aide for the investigation.
You don't doubt Wallace's abilities, but you can't think of any reason why Steelwind would need his help. But you suppose it's none of your business. Anyway, we're here on behalf of Crown Prince Aster. He hired us to investigate this case independently.
I see. I'm sure he just wants to make sure the investigation goes smoothly. Well, if you're here on behalf of His Highness, I'll do whatever I can to help you.
The whole situation is quite unorthodox, but your goal remains the same. Perhaps Steelwind can tell you more about what happened. Are you okay? I know you're gonna say yes, but what can you tell me about the murder?
William Frege was found dead in this room after the lockdown was lifted.
Yay, good night! Thank you for tuning in. Lockdown? What lockdown?
From what we can tell, his throat had been slashed open with a letter opener.
The cause of death was blood loss. Both of his... Is it carotid arteries? I know what arteries they're talking about, too. I just don't verbally know how to say it. We're separate.
Here's the autopsy report if you want a detailed description.
Were you able to find the murder weapon?
Yes. The murderer left it at the crime scene. It was a letter opener owned by the victim.
The murderer must have found this in his room and used it.
There was one strange detail about the weapon.
It's carotid. Carotid. Carotid.
The handle was completely shattered. We're not sure what to make of that detail, but it's as if something crushed the handle using tremendous force.
Arcane construct a third time. If it is, I'll scream. What could have caused the handle to shatter like that? You mentioned that there was a lockdown. When did this happen?
You didn't notice? The Inquisition did try to be discreet. But everyone noticed the commotion Beatrice and the two princes made over it. I suppose you two must have been lost in your own little world, weren't you?
Oh. Well, anyway, you said that Lord Frege's body was found after the lockdown. That means something else must have happened prior.
Supposedly, someone had broken into one of the Harrelson exhibits. One of the magical artifacts was stolen.
So there was also a theft last night. Does the Manor's lockdown system behave like the one at the Imperial Academy?
The systems are somewhat different. Unlike the Imperial Academy, the lockdown only prevents people from leaving or entering the manor.
So not all of the rooms were locked, but what about this specific room?
This room does have abjuration wards that lock the door and prevent teleportation in and out of it. In addition to that, the system placed an anti-magic field over the manor. An anti-magic field?
What is that?
An anti-magic field is a spell that nullifies all magic within it.
And we had to bring up the fact that an anti-magic field within an anti-magic field makes... It cancels out. And the system somehow covered the entire manor in this effect. So I'm guessing, because the sword works like an anti-magic field, and there was an anti-magic field over the entire manor, that somebody wielding the sword would not actually, like, it doesn't make sense that the sword was used to break into the sword couldn't have been used to break into the study, because it would have reactivated the, lock that was on the door. And my guess is if somebody saw Beatrice Frege with a sword, it wasn't the sword in question. It was Celeste's.
If you notice, there are several purple crystals embedded in the walls of the manor. Each of those crystals produced an anti-magic field during the lockdown.
Anyone physically or magically connected to the sword of spell eating would be immune to the effects of the anti-magic fields. Yeah, they already pointed out. So no one could cast magic during the entirety of the lockdown.
Not exactly. Someone could have stolen the artifact to circumvent it.
You mentioned that someone could have stolen the artifact to get past the anti-magic fields. Which artifact was it?
The spell of sword eating.
That was the demon-forged item that could supposedly nullify magic. If the legends were true, someone could have used it to counteract the lockdown system.
After Lord Haraldson reported the theft, the Inquisition discreetly placed the manor on lockdown. They searched every room in the manor to try to find it. But it was eventually found in Beatrice's bedroom.
The Eat of Sword spelling. And that led them to believe that she had stolen it.
That's correct. The King's Guard moved to arrest her, but Prince Asta ordered them to step down. It didn't look like she was planning on fleeing, so they planned to wait until after the party had ended.
But then they found Lord Frega's body.
Correct. We believe that she used the stolen sword to nullify the magical locks and break into Lord Frega's study.
But that doesn't work that way.
But if she had the sword, why wouldn't she use that to commit the murder? We're not entirely sure. We have a few working theories. She might have wanted to prevent the theft from being tied to the murder. Or perhaps she had more confidence wielding a knife over a sword. Regardless of her reasons, it's clear that the sword wasn't the murder weapon.
So she's not just being implicated in Lord Frega's murder, she's also being charged with this with eating the spell of sword stealing. What possible reason would she have to do either of those crimes? Since the body was found here, was Lord Frega locked in this room during the lockdown?
Yes. William Frega knew that this room should have been secured. He was supposedly in a bad mood, and had locked himself in this room for most of the night. He refused to let anyone into the room. The only person he spoke to after that was his daughter.
His daughter? Are you talking about Miriam?
No, Lord Frega had another daughter. I'm referring to Leif Frega, Lord Frega's middle child.
Wait, why didn't the middle child get the inheritance? It went to the youngest?
She tried to tell her father about the theft, but he was apparently preoccupied with something else. He said that he wanted to stay in his study for the rest of the night.
When did this happen?
It was shortly before the lockdown was activated, a little after 1 a.m.
Oh damn, it was late. I see. Oh, you don't look like the other Fregas. At all. Huh. Okay, after meeting with Beatrice Frega, William Frega retreated into his study and locked himself within it. He refused to speak with almost everyone who tried to disturb him. The only person he spoke to was Leif Frega. She told him about the theft of the spell of the theft of eat sorting after 1 a.m. But William didn't seem to care and returned to his business. Leif must have been the last person to see Lord Frega alive then. You should speak with her and get more details about Lord Frega's actions that night. By the way, Steelwind, do you have a map of the manor?
I do. Would you like a copy?
Please and thank you.
Thank you, Arya.
You're the best, Arya. Oh god, there's multiple floors. Oh, it's because she's a Kickstarter backer. Okay, that makes more sense. Were there any other witnesses aside from Leif who saw Lord Frega that night? Perhaps someone heard what happened from a nearby room?
There was someone who heard the altercation, but it was quite obscured. A servant was trapped in a storage room nearby. There's an air vent that connects this room with that storage room.
This too was the Great Ace Attorney.
He supposedly heard sounds of a struggle through that vent.
What did the witness hear?
There were sounds of a struggle before he heard Lord Frega choking on his own blood. When the lockdown was lifted, he informed the King's Guard of what he heard. That's when they discovered the body.
I see. Who was the servant?
I believe you actually know him. His name is Jan Hughes.
Wait, Mr. Hughes is here? You never expected to see him again, much less here of all places. But if he heard the altercation, you'll definitely want to speak to him. Interesting. Beatrice, I think I'm lacking a lot of information about the defendant. From the way you were both acting, you and Esther seem to know her.
Your mentor didn't tell you about her.
No, I try not to pry into her business.
I see. I honestly don't know much about what happened either. But Beatrice was Lord Frega's eldest daughter and the former heir to House Frega.
Former heir?
About 5 years ago, she fled Frega Manor and went into hiding. None of us knew where she'd gone. She ignored any attempts we made to contact her.
Why wouldn't you see him again?
Why wouldn't you see him again? This game has no budget. We have to reuse as much as we can. She even used her magic to prevent us from scrying her.
Oof.
Last night's ball was the first time in years that Asta and I had seen her.
Okay. Until the night of her murder, many of her friends and family members hadn't seen or heard from her. But if that's true, how did Miss Tamora meet her? I don't like that. Would you happen to know why Beatrice was meeting with her father after all these years?
I have some ideas, but nothing concrete. I was hoping you could tell me. Tamora and Beatrice have refused to disclose anything about their meeting.
Damn it. What could that meeting have been about?
Speaking of which, I haven't seen Tamora anywhere in the manor. As the defendant's attorney, I would have thought that she'd be here to investigate the murder alongside you.
That is strange, but Miss Tamora has always had her own way of doing things. Perhaps she's using a different strategy?
Anyway, I imagine that she met with her father to request financial aid.
Why do you say that?
I have it on good authority that she was deeply in debt. It's the only reason why she would speak to her father after all these years. It's also why I believe she murdered her father.
You think she murdered him for his inheritance?
It's the only motive that makes sense.
Alright, there's a lot to work through here. The prosecution will try to assert that Beatrice committed the murder. But what would she have needed to carry out all of the actions described? So the first thing we need to do is narrow down the time in which the murder occurred.
The body was discovered after the lockdown was lifted.
And Leif Frege saw her father alive before it was activated. He entered his study and she watched as the lock engaged. So the murder occurred. Well, we already know it occurred after the lockdown. Oh, wait, no, it's during the lockdown. Right, the murder must have occurred during the lockdown.
But that means that the murderer somehow got past the abjuration wards that protected this room.
Those wards blocked teleportation, and they magically locked the only door leading into this room. Steelwind and the Inquisition believed that Beatrice used the Sword of Spell Eating to get past them. Regardless of what they think, we need to assume that the murderer used some kind of magic nullification to get into William's study. And are we just supposed to assume that the anti-magic fields don't work on William's study?
That's not necessarily true, is it? What if the murderer entered the room before William locked it?
If they were in the room when William locked it, they would have been trapped here until he decided to leave. Not only that, but they would have been discovered the moment the guards entered his study.
Maybe they used some kind of invisibility? Or they could have teleported away the moment the Kingsguard unlocked the door. Teleportation didn't occur. We didn't find any traces of conjuration magic.
What about Celeste's theory of an invisible assailant?
I'll admit that we did find traces of illusion magic. But the moment the gods saw the body, one of them cast Detect Magic. With that spell, they would have seen any invisible people hiding in this room. Wait, you can use Detect Magic like that? Of course, it's standard procedure. Like all spells, invisibility leaves traces of magic on the person it's cast on. So mages use Detect Magic as a way to see through invisibility. So we know for sure that they weren't here before or after the lockdown. That means that whoever committed the murder used some way to bypass the abjurative wards that protect this room. The next thing to consider is the murder weapon. It was a letter opener that was presumably owned by William Frege. The murderer probably used it to avoid leaving evidence that incriminated them. The murderer took the murder weapon in Frege's study? The murderer heard the murder weapon.
Okay, that was a weird sentence. Right, the letter opener came from this room. The murderer probably wanted to avoid using a weapon that could have implicated them. So they decided to use it and leave it here after the deed was done. That leaves a glaring hole in the prosecution's case.
And what would that be, Mr. Cuthbert?
Beatrice Frege is completely blind. Is completely wealthy. Is completely blind. Beatrice Frege is completely blind. Even if she was somehow able to break into a highly guarded exhibit, how did she slip past the guards and enter Lord Frege's study? Furthermore, how did she locate the letter opener if she couldn't see it in the first place? None of it makes sense. Committing this murder unseen would have been a tall order for anyone. I can hardly believe a blind person did all of this. I'm telling you, she's using the clapping to, like, orient herself.
You do well not to underestimate her, Mr. Cuthbert.
What?
You don't know her as I do. She's far more capable than you realize. You must be the one behind this.
I suppose I wouldn't know. But the idea that Beatrice did any of this is still ludicrous.
I suppose I can't change your mind about that. But I have to ask you a question, Mr. Cuthbert. What would you do if you discovered that one of your clients was guilty?
And I think she fucking is.
What?
I mean, I tend to have an insight into these sort of things. That would never happen.
I've already seen your uncanny ability to read people, but I'm only hypothetically speaking. So, what would you do if they were guilty?
I suppose I'd withdraw and tell them to find another lawyer.
And if no one else would represent them?
I don't know. It'd definitely be a hard choice for me. But I would never be able to represent them if I knew the truth. I just can't stand by and let a murderer escape justice.
I see.
Why do you ask?
No reason.
Okay. Anyway, she's made her stance clear. You still have a lot of leads to follow up on. You should move somewhere else.
What if I want to present something? What if I want to present...
Wait, do I have Aster? No, I don't have an Aster profile. That sucks. I think... is this the same? Yeah, this is the same dialogue. You have anything to say about Celeste?
I apologize that your investigation didn't lead anywhere, Miss McCoy. No, it's fine. My expectations weren't that high coming into this. But I still wanted to try, you know? Only I could have that much optimism. Interesting. You have anything to say about me? I was quite surprised to see you two at the Lord's Ball yesterday.
Yeah, it's a long story.
Clearly. You came accompanied by Beatrice Frege. She was the last person I expected to see that night.
You sense some disdain in her voice. Man. Okay. Our ballroom is like our home base this time, right? Yeah, there's nothing here. Okay. Storage room. The one that Jan was stuck in. You enter the storage room, hoping to investigate the air vent that connects to Lord Frege's study. When you come across a person laying on the floor, Jan...
What? Jan? Is that you?
Oh man, what's with all the noise? Is this where the advice comes in? What am I looking at? In the background? He's having such a good nap, too. Mr. Hughes. Whoa, it's you two. In the background? I'll look when I examine shit.
Why are you taking a nap in the storage room?
Needed to take a break from all the chaos going on. The Kingsguard won't let us leave until they finish investigating the murder. This pompous noble shooed me away when I tried sleeping on one of the couches. Didn't expect anyone to find me here. Anyway, the prosecutor told us that you heard the murder from here during the lockdown. Do you think you could tell us what happened? Sure, why not? Nap's kind of ruined anyway.
Ah!
What's wrong?
You can't see it, but the entire room is covered in traces of abjuration magic. Everything is glowing white.
Right, that makes sense. There were several anti-magic fields covering the manor. Those fields probably left traces of abjuration everywhere.
I won't bother showing you the traces of abjuration I find while we're here.
Oh my god, you're kidding. Excellent. It's a stepladder.
I agree.
Oh, that's really good. Oh my god. Oh my god. That was excellent. Oh my god, they agree. Damn, nothing else besides the abjuration. That's really good. Oh, so stupid. It's a stepladder.
I agree.
Me too.
So you're working as a servant now?
Not exactly, but I was a part of the catering staff. Twins started their own food business after Freyga threw us out of the academy. Well, good for them. Right, sorry about that. It's not your fault. Even if Redmond was still headmaster, I'm sure the board would have found some other way to get rid of us.
Wait, are Valentina and Valerie here too?
No, they just contracted some staff to Lord Freyga for the Lord's Ball. I think a bunch of other businesses did the same thing. You wonder how they feel about this. It's how you know they were made for each other. They agree with each other on the stepladder debate. They lent their services to the very man who got them fired in the first place. William must have offered them a lot of gold. Man, I can't believe I got myself pulled into another murder investigation. Am I a bad luck or what? The prosecutor told us that you heard the altercation through the air vents. Could you tell us exactly what you heard? Well, I didn't hear everything. I was taking a nap in this room when it happened.
Why were you napping here?
Didn't have a choice. I accidentally closed the door when the lock was engaged. Before I knew it, I was trapped here. Right, you recall Steelwind mentioning that. Anyway, I heard the sound of some kind of struggle going on. All this room is to talk to Jan, and they missed the stepladder. I couldn't hear everything, but I heard Lord Freyga shout, "Who are you? What do you want?" So it's like definitely not Beatrice. That went on for a few seconds, then I heard the sound of someone getting stabbed. You hear the voice of the assailant? They didn't say anything, but I did hear them. Their voice was really raspy. I think they had a sore throat or something. Or they were trying to mask their voice. Why did you enter the storage room anyway? The servants were complaining about rats running through the air vents, so they sent me to take care of it. I heard one of them running in the vents upstairs and I followed it here. Figured it had nowhere else to go, so I opened it and just put a trap down. After I was done, I tried to leave, but the door was locked. They didn't have anything else to do, so I took a nap. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Rats is interesting. He only heard a few words before the murderer struck the final blow. Doesn't give you much to go on, but his testimony could become relevant later. Oh, it will. For now, you should probably move somewhere else and gather more information. Like, is there anything else stupid besides the stepladder? Boxes. They appear to contain cleaning supplies. That's it. Vent. It's an air vent that leads into Lord Freyga's study. Supposedly, Jan heard the altercation between Lord Freyga and his assailant through this. We already did detect magic and there was nothing. Okay, let's move. Bye, Jan. We already went there. Beatrice's bedroom. It's the same as Miriam's. Wonder who that is. Come on, Tracker, where are you? I sneezed a while ago, but it's you. As you enter Beatrice's room, you're unexpectedly met with a large cloud of dust.
Wow, this place has not been cleaned.
Oh, leave. Your vision clears up, and you realize that there's someone else in the room with you. Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude.
No, there's no need to apologize. But I would like to know what you're doing here. We're here on behalf of the Crown Prince. We're investigating the murder of William Freyga.
Oh, I see. My apologies, I didn't quite get your name. My name is Leif. Leif Freyga. So this is Leif. According to Steelwind, she was the last person to see Lord Freyga alive yesterday. She might have some information about how he was acting that night. I'm sorry for your loss, Lady Freyga. But do you mind if I ask you some questions about last night?
Of course.
Prosecutor Steelman told us that you were the last person to see him alive. Did you notice anything unusual about your father's behavior?
Oh, he was extremely upset about something. I think Beatrice may have offended him during their meeting. The servant said that he wanted to be left alone. He retreated into his study immediately after their meeting. I tried to speak with him when the theft was reported, but he didn't care much. He didn't much care about the missing artifact. Probably busy making the changes to his will.
Now that's an interesting thought. What did I miss?
He told me to leave him alone and let the Kingsguard investigate the sword.
When did you speak with him last?
It was before they activated the lockdown. It was a little after 1 a.m. that night.
And do you have any idea what he was doing in his study?
What? No, I have no idea.
You detect some fear from her. Lady Freyga, is there something you're not telling us? It's important that we know about your father's actions before his death.
I'm sorry. I don't know anything else. My father was a private man and didn't share much with anyone, even his own family. I refuse to believe that's why he was killed. I wish I could be of more help, but I really don't know anything else.
She's clearly holding something back. If you can reveal what she was hiding through an argument, she might be more willing to cooperate. But you'll need more information about William and his will first. In the meantime, you should figure out what else she knows. I noticed that this room hasn't been cleaned recently. Do you know why?
It's because I've forbidden the servants from cleaning this room.
And why would you do that?
Beatrice is very dear to me, and I couldn't bear to have her room disturbed after she left. This room was the only memory I had of her after she left.
You suppose that makes sense. She must have been holding on to the hope that her sister would return. And what about the Eat of Sword spelling? Do you know how it ended up in this room?
The what? I'm not sure. It's possible someone planted it here to frame Beatrice. I can't say why they would choose this room, though.
What kind of person was your father? Oof. Doesn't look like William Freyga was very beloved.
My father was a complicated man. He was a brilliant scholar and businessman, but he was a cold and distant father.
I see. Ooh, we knocked something over. I see. Did he have any enemies?
As the head of House Freyga, he controlled nearly every banking house in Wyverngard. There were many people who resented his wealth and power.
Can you remember anyone specific? Perhaps someone that he slighted recently?
There was Lloyd von Sanctus.
The ruling lord of Oranax?
Yes, I heard that he was recently involved in a court case.
Yeah, on one hand, it's a Ryu's background. On the other, it's kind of sweet that Miriam specifically made her dorm room match her estranged oldest sisters.
I heard that he was recently involved in a court case. My father has been using the controversy as an opportunity to slowly take hold of Von Sanctus Industries. And from what I've heard, he's been extremely bitter about that.
Von Sanctus's reputation must have taken a hit after the Drakegan trials. Whoa. You doubt he'd get himself involved in another murder. But you can never be too sure. You'll want to speak with him and get more details. Oh, I don't want to talk to him. Although, would he even consider cooperating with you? Anyway, are there any other enemies he might have had?
No, none that I can think of.
What can you tell me about Beatrice Freyga? I heard that she fled the Freyga estate over 5 years ago. Over? Whoops. Just 5 years ago.
Before she left, Beatrice was one of the most powerful mages I'd ever seen. She is incredible. At the age of 13, her talent for magic had even eclipsed my father's. It was never enough for him.
What do you mean?
Before my mother died, he desperately wanted a son, but he only ever had daughters.
It is interesting that Von Sank just becomes, like, continues, even though he's a culprit.
Everyone thought that Beatrice would inherit House Frege from my father, but my family knew the truth. William Frege would never leave his legacy in the hands of a woman.
I'm telling you, it's the Schnees.
What? No matter how hard Beatrice tried, my father would never acknowledge her accomplishments. He was extremely cruel to her. He constantly belittled her achievements and dismissed anything she said to him. And after the accident, he used her disability as an excuse to take away the little influence she had.
There was an accident that gave her a disability? Is that why she's blind? If it's not too painful for you, could you tell me more about Beatrice's accident?
Is this even relevant to the investigation?
Any small detail could make a difference. I need to learn anything that I can.
I'm not sure exactly what happened, but it was a magical experiment gone wrong. Beatrice was working on a project at the Imperial Academy. She was trying to create a new spell formula. We're still not sure what happened, but there was an adverse magical reaction. The resulting explosion seriously injured her and left her completely blind.
Can't imagine how she must have taken that.
Actually, she was probably the most unfazed by what happened. But that didn't matter. My father saw his opportunity. He told me that he was relieving her of her duties so she could recover. I knew the truth. He was going to take away her political power and social standing. She was reduced to a mere decoration for our home.
And that must have been why she left. Did she contact you during the time she was missing?
No. No one had heard from her from that time. But as much as I was worried for her, I was also a little happy. Unlike Miriam and I, I'd finally broken free from my father.
Oh. The bit must be that... Well, I'm guessing, but I think Miriam may have become the next heiress because Aster has taken a liking to her.
I have no idea what will cause her to return here.
I'm sure Beatrice's return must have been surprising for you.
It is. To be honest, I've been hoping for years that she'd finally return. Now that she has, she's just gotten pulled into another one of our family's messes. Nothing. That man, he was my father. But I can't say I have fond memories of him.
He must have been difficult to deal with.
You have no idea. He was cruel, tyrannical, and only ever cared about his own legacy. He was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to maintain his power and status, including his own daughters.
Sounds like his treatment of Beatrice was particularly harsh.
It was. He never saw her as a worthy successor to her family's legacy simply because she was a woman. Even after her accident, he used her disability as an excuse to strip her of any power she had left.
I can only imagine how difficult that must have been for all of you.
It's been a constant struggle, but we managed to survive. As bad as it sounds now that he's gone, we might have a chance to rebuild our family.
Heh. How do I do the argument? Why did it go blank? As I look around, it's a highly extravagant bed. Looks similar to the one in Miriam's dorm. I hope everything says looks similar to the one in Miriam's dorm. It's a dresser covered in a layer of dust. Looks like it hasn't been touched in years. It's a table for guests, but it's extremely dusty.
Arcanum.
Interesting.
There's a trace of transmutation magic under the bed. I can't see it clearly. Let me take a closer look. It's Crimson Lotus!
What?
It's my sword!
What? You never knew her sword had a name.
So this is where it's been.
You named it Crimson Lotus. But why would it be here? This is also the room where they found the Sword of Spell Eating. Are the two thefts related somehow?
Why? The only thing similar about them is that they're both swords.
There's definitely more to this, but what? Okay. You think you've learned everything you can for now. It's like naming her sword Crimson Fonda. Perhaps you should move elsewhere. Can we not do a... I guess we can't. Okay. The sitting room. You explore the manor further and find one of its many sitting rooms. Ow. He's sipping a glass of wine and his expression turns disdainful the moment that you enter the room. Oh, wonderful, as if my day couldn't have gotten any worse. Von Sanctus, what are you doing here? The head of a noble house has just been murdered. I can't very well return to Oranax when my affairs are in such disarray. Anyway, forget what I'm doing here. What are you doing here? Oh, I just wanted to have a friendly chat with one of my favorite noblemen. I hear that you've been keeping busy since we last met. Must be difficult losing your empire to House Freyga.
Tyrion, we do need its help.
Is that so? Then what makes you think I'd ever help the likes of you? Because it would take suspicion off of you. And let's face it, with your reputation, you could use all the help you can get. How dare you! I'll have you know that I am still a respected member of the nobility. Respected? Is that why everybody's talking about your hand in Justin Way's death? Because the way I see it, being involved in another scandal would destroy what little remains of your reputation. But it makes no difference to me. And to be perfectly honest, I'd like nothing more than to drag you onto the stand and embarrass you a second time. You can practically hear him grinding his teeth together. Very well. If it means I won't have to endure your presence any longer, I'll oblige and answer your questions. Honestly, it's just one mess after another with you. Oh wait, I fucked that up. Was that Von Sanctus? Honestly, it's just one mess after another with you. Mess? Wouldn't you have much to gain from William Freyga's death? On a surface level, you might be right, but it's far more complicated than that. House Freyga controls banking houses. They are a main pillar of support for Wyvernguard's economy. William's death could have unimaginable and economic consequences, regardless of who inherits his house. I wouldn't be foolish enough to do something like that. That remains to be seen. Think what you will. There are others who would benefit from William Freyga's death. You mentioned that other people would benefit from Freyga's death. Who specifically? If I had to venture a guess, I would say Lucio Steelwind benefits the most. Do you mean the prosecutor's father? You just said that Lord Freyga's death could have unimaginable consequences for the economy. Huh. You think that brute cares about Wyvernguard's economy? No. All that man cares about is power. Pure and physical power. House Steelwind and House Freyga have been fighting for control of Wyvernguard for generations. And in this long-lasting era of peace, the Steelwind's military have become far less valuable to the crown. If it weren't for Lady Steelwind's engagement to the Crown Prince, they might not even be considered a pillar family anymore. The death of William Freyga is probably exactly what Lucio Steelwind has been waiting for. And if our economy were to suffer, it would cause civil unrest. In a scenario like that, the Crown would have to rely on Steelwind's forces to maintain order. That does make sense. But could Arya's father really be involved in this? It's clear you think that Lucio Steelwind would have much to gain from this. But can you think of anyone else? Well, there is Harold Haraldson. That can't really be his name. But what would Mr. Haraldson possibly gain from Freyga's death? Ah, I skipped. From what I've heard, William was planning to defund the Haraldson Hall of History. Really? Why would he do that? I'm not sure of the specifics. But supposedly Lord Haraldson refused to omit the less flattering parts of Wyvernguard's history from his exhibits. It's gotten blatant enough that he's drawn the ire of the king himself. They actually got into a very heated argument during the Lord's Ball about it. I heard that William declared that he would be removing House Haraldson from his estate. John Johnson, doer of job at place. You don't want to suspect Mr. Haraldson, but you need to examine every possibility. As the curator, he would have the easiest access to the sword of spell eating, and he could have staged a robbery to cover his tracks. At the very least, you could give Mr. Haraldson a chance to explain himself. What can you tell me about the defendant in this case? What? She's your client. Surely you would know her better than I. Humor me. Well, I'm sure that you're aware that she fled the Frege estate 5 years ago. In doing so, she dealt a blow to House Frege's reputation and directly insulted the Crown Prince by breaking her engagement to him. Aha! Yep, there we go.
Wait, Beatrice was engaged to Aster?
Yes, it was quite the scandal at the time. And Lucio wasted no time in pushing his daughter into Beatrice's place. Hello, welcome, Liam.
Oh, is that why those three were so awkward last night?
And that woman's return will complicate things. Honestly, the situation is just an absolute mess. Beatrice's return complicates things? What did he mean by that? If Arya's life is in danger, and if she dies, Beatrice can return to her engagement to Aster and get power back for House Frege. Why the fuck is Ruby helping that? Yeah, if you're not careful, Arya, House Frege might steal him back from you. I thought that meant Miriam, but that makes more sense. Oh, because Miriam's too young, isn't she? 'Cause Miriam's pretty... Yeah, Miriam's only 17. I see. Beatrice. Do you find Beatrice's return to be inconvenient for you? What are you on about now? Please don't insult my intelligence, Von Sanctus. Fine, if you must know, my son was arranged to marry William's daughter, Leif. Leif? Since Beatrice showed no signs of returning, it was apparent that Leif would inherit House Frege instead of her. I know when my days are numbered, so I took preemptive action. William wanted a male heir, and I needed to preserve my house, so we both came to an accord. Having a good night? I am. I'm having fun with Lawyer Game. Oh god, I missed a line. I'm having very much fun with Lawyer Game. My son and Leif were arranged to be wed. House Von Sanctus would have been absorbed. But at least my Jaden would stand at the helm of House Frege. Jaden animations.
You nobles are absolutely awful. Probably consider myself lucky.
Think what you will. I wouldn't expect a commoner to understand. That's the problem with your generation. You have no sense of duty or obligation. Leif has already expressed resistance to this marriage, even though she was well aware of the details. Now I worry she'll hide behind her sister to end the engagement altogether. Leif never mentioned any of this. And as much as you hate to think it, William's death would get her out of this arranged marriage. You should talk to her about this. Anyway, Von Sanctus gives you a decent list of suspects. You've probably learned everything you can from him for now. It'd be best to move to follow up on those details. I want to look around, though. I assume this is more Kickstarter backers? It's a painting of some adventurers in a tavern. It's fun. Enjoyed the lure game. Just wanted to say hi. Well, thank you for stopping by. That must be Beatrice Frege the First. The First? According to legend, she was one of the descendants of the seven heroes of Wyverngard. She joined a band of adventurers that were traveling across the nation. Hard to imagine the Freges coming from such humble beginnings. Oh, what the fuck? We just totally erased an entire guy. Are you kidding me? Eris! Wait, what? What is it now? The muscular man in the corner, he just vanished. What are you on about? There was never a man there.
Sorry, Tyrion, but he's right.
No, I'm sure he was there. Are you feeling okay? Perhaps your lack of sleep is making you see things that aren't there. Or not see things that are there. Shelf filled with books.
Fake books. They're completely blank.
What the hell? Painting couch. It's a chair made from mahogany. Every part of this house just exudes wealth. Wealth that's been siphoned out of the common folk. Another chandelier. As if every room in this house needs a chandelier. What a waste of the kingdom's gold. I love the beef that he has with chandeliers. The door that leads to the coat room. Window. There's a window with a view of the outside.
Repario Arcanum.
Anything? No. Okay. Let's go back to Leif. Just kick chandeliers every chance he gets. He hates them. What was William doing? I doubt that she's doing this out of malice. She might not even think that it's relevant to the case. But William Frege had many enemies, and he retreated into his study to do something that night. That something could be related to why he was murdered. We did complete her psychological profile, though. What happened to it? Where did her psychological profile go? Is it supposed to do that? Do I just need to do this again? What the hell? What? That was the same dialogue, right? Oh, no, wait.
I remember when she first came back to the estate after her accident. My father was convinced that she'd be completely helpless without her sight.
Wait.
Yeah, even after being blinded, Beatrice continued to fight for her freedom. Despite everything that's happened to her, she's always remained determined to live her life on her own terms. But she refused to let her blindness define her. She learned how to navigate the estate using her other senses and continued to study magic. I am telling you. It's ironic, really. My father tried to use her disability as a way to control her. But in the end, it was the very thing that allowed her to break free.
Nothing.
I need to do it again.
Same dialogue. What the hell?
Why?
Sound system. Method of entry. What's in the fence? Map. Map. God, we've got a lot of stuff. Your engagement. What can you tell me about this, Lady Frigga? Oh, nothing. Okay. What the hell happened? Is it supposed to be weird, or is it like genuinely my game fucked up? If it's supposed to be weird, I'll roll with it. Sister? What is your relationship like with Miriam?
My youngest sister?
I think it may be a bug. Fuck.
I actually don't see her that much. Really? Even though you're sisters? Our lives as nobles keep us very busy. We rarely have the chance to speak with each other. And ever since Beatrice fled the estate, she's been throwing herself into her schoolwork.
Okay, I can still build it, it seems. Just not with the same stuff. Oh, the monkey! Eugene Haroldson! Okay, can I talk to you about your dad? Nope, okay. I think we already did the Beatrice one. Monkey. What about Sanctus? Nope. Alaric? Nope. God. I guess that's all we got. I'm just gonna do it. It's fine. Lady Frigga seems to be hiding what her father was doing in his study. You doubt that she's doing this out of malice. You might not even think that it's relevant to the case. William I already read this. Yeah, I know I haven't finished her psychological profile. Even though I totally did. Is there something you're not telling us, Leif? Because I have a feeling that you'll know more than you're letting on.
What?
What was your father doing in his study?
I already told you, I don't know. My father was a private man. He wouldn't share something like that with me.
Well, we know that yeah. He entered the study to make some adjustment to his will. He was making some sort of change to his will, wasn't he?
Someone else tell him? What?
Why did you find the need to hide this from us?
I didn't.
The thoughts you saw earlier seem to disagree with that. We've only just met today, so I understand if you don't trust us. But the Inquisition thinks Beatrice murdered your father, and they claim that she did so for his inheritance.
It's absolutely absurd.
Regardless, your father's inheritance is a likely motive behind this murder. Many people would have a lot to gain from his death, including you.
Excuse me? How could you even think that I'd be capable of something like this?
I'm not so sure. When was the last? You were the last person to see your father alive. It's possible that you've been lying to us. I didn't mean to imply that you were involved in this, but it's clear that the murderer's motive was to take control of House Frege. Prosecution clearly won't shy away from prosecuting members of your family. If your sister is truly innocent, where do you think they'll turn their attention next? Doesn't matter what I think. The prosecution clearly won't shy away from prosecuting members of your family. You were the last person to see your father alive, so if your sister is truly innocent, where do you think they'll turn their attention next?
Please, do you think I'll respond to such empty threats?
Damn it.
I have cooperated with the Inquisition. I have nothing to hide.
I didn't mean to imply that you were involved in this, but it's clear that the murderer's motive was to take control of House Frege. This means that their plan heavily relied on who William Frege was leaving his assets to. So I need to know, Miss Frege. How was your father planning to change his will?
I don't know. I've already told you my father was a secretive man. He didn't share the details of his estate with me.
Leif knew how this marriage would affect the future of House Frege. Is that really true, though?
What?
I already know about your arranged marriage to Jaden von Sanctus. And I also know that as part of this deal, Jaden would inherit House Frege instead of you. You definitely know about this, and you heavily resisted the marriage in an attempt to stall it. Which means that you had some idea of how your father's will was arranged. So what aren't you telling me, Miss Frege?
I can't trust you.
You are here on behalf of...
You are here on behalf of Crown Prince Aster. Four Pillar families and the Crown have much to gain from my father's death. How can you assure me that this information won't be used against my family?
Jaden von Sanctus. And sanitizer guy. That sucks. Okay. There's nothing I could possibly say to make you trust me, but please understand. I'm only trying to find out who murdered your father. I may have been hired by Prince Aster, but I'm an independent agent. I have no stake in this conflict. I was only hired to arrive at the truth. I'll arrive at the truth one way or another. If you refuse to cooperate with me, I have no choice but to treat you as another suspect. Nope. I may have been hired by Prince Aster. I'm an independent agent. I have no stake in this conflict. I was only hired to arrive at the truth. Hello? Oh my god, Trav, thanks. Hi. 10 people.
Hello?
I should probably actually introduce myself if there's 10 whole people coming. Hi. Hi, I'm Julie. Hi, I do a lot of Ace Attorney game. Oh, I didn't take a break today. So I should probably do my spiel. If you like other lawyer game, help me out here, Nightbot. I have a Discord server. I talk about a lot of lawyer games. Oh god, people are following me and I don't have the window open. Thank you, Crystal's Corner. I have a Discord server. I talk a lot about lawyer games, mostly Ace Attorney, some this one. I talk about Yakuza, talk about Persona. There's a Sherlock Holmes channel even. I have a lot of shit like that. If you what the fuck else do? I sing covers. Oh god. Thank you for the, I think that says Crow Batty. Thank you for the follow. I do covers. I did a recent cover of Loneliness Loop from Yakuza 5. I did a full English cover with my own trans lyrics, and I'm very proud of it. So that's my most recent cover. This is pretty late in the game for Tyrion, Cuthbert, Attorney of the Arcane. If you would like to see my VODs for it, that's my latest VOD. That might actually not be my latest VOD. That might be my latest Ace Attorney Investigations 2 VOD, which I'm also streaming on Fridays. And I stream this game on Saturdays. And I will be doing that until I finish one of these games and I can switch to only streaming once a week. What else is there? I have a Ko-fi. I got a Ko-fi if you think I'm neat and you want to support me monetarily. Another cool way to support me monetarily is via my Nexus store. You can buy games. Most of them are Ace Attorney games. You can buy them, and then you can support me by doing that. Also, I cosplay and I stream on here as a little PNG lately. But yeah, thank you for drag and dropping by, everybody. Also, right before the raid, I got 25 Discord notifications that I didn't notice. It's just like 2 particular group chats going off, but like my Discord was like, you have, oh no, it's like at 40 something messages, which is very funny to get in the middle of a stream. It's actually not that many, but nice to know. Anyway, back to lawyer game.
How can you expect me to trust you when you're so obviously close to Prince Aster and Lady Steelwind?
Whoops.
I'm sorry, but I just can't trust you.
We're incredibly normal about this lawyer game. Temsek is more normal about it than I am because he's actually finished this game. For me, it's a blind playthrough. It's just a matter of emotion, not logic. Okay, I should try another approach. Appeal. There's nothing I could possibly say to make you trust me. But please understand, I'm only trying to find out who murdered your father. And to do that, I need to know everything that he was doing that night. Yay! I did it even with the bug.
I have no reason to trust you. Somehow, I can tell that you're being sincere. Will you really protect Beatrice?
You're about to reassure her that you will, but something in the back of your mind stops you. Ooh! I'll get to the truth of what really happened. I'm telling you, I think Beatrice did it this time.
Okay. If that's truly what you're planning to do, I'll tell you when I know. I wasn't trying to be uncooperative, but I didn't know who I could trust.
Considering the circumstances, that's perfectly understandable.
I'm not sure why, but my father was extremely upset that night. According to him, Beatrice had returned and was even more impudent than before.
He must have been angry about something she said during their meeting. Did he tell you what their meeting was about?
He didn't, and I honestly didn't really care. I was just so happy that my sister had finally returned. But my father clearly felt the opposite. Before he entered his study, he told me that he would be pruning the family tree. He was going to disinherit my sister and several other members of our family.
He probably started drafting a new will to reflect that decision. Okay. Interesting.
Meeting didn't end as planned. Beatrice angered William enough that he would be disinheriting her that night.
But he disinherited her 5 years ago, unless Ruby's bullshitting. I think Ruby might be lying. Has anyone found this draft of the will?
No. It was one of the first things I looked for after the investigation began.
Ruby, did you steal evidence? The modified will is missing? You doubt that it would even be enforced. You never got a chance to submit it for probate before he died. You can't discount the possibility that the murderer destroyed it. Ruby! Ruby, I'm really worried. Did anyone else know about this?
No one. I didn't even tell Lady Steelwind when she was questioning me.
Because it would have given Beatrice a motive to commit the murder. Anyway, thank you, Miss Frege.
Mr. Cuthbert?
Yes?
My sister is not a bad person. There's no way that she'd do something like this.
Despite what she says, she seems to have some doubts. She's in good hands. Ruby Tamora is the one defending her in the trial, after all.
I hope so.
I'm sure Ruby didn't do anything wrong. She definitely didn't tamper with the crime scene in any way. She's totally not messing with the way testimony works. She's not manipulating the judge. Nothing is wrong. We did not see her do all of those things. Anyway, you think that you've learned everything you can from life. There's only one person left to speak with. Harold Haroldson. Yeah, her psychological profile is empty again. What the fuck? Harold. This is a complete mess. As you enter the gallery, you spot Haroldson inspecting the shattered remnants of a display case. If you recall correctly, the display case that he's looking at is once held the sword of spell eating. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert, I had a feeling I'd be seeing you again. He's working for the Crown Prince. Can he be trusted? Ah, the Hound of the Eye Caker. This is just like... Hey, this is just like the Great Ace Attorney. Everybody in this chat should play the Great Ace Attorney. I'm also calling yesterday's stream VOD for investigations. I'm going to call it like the Hound of something. For the same reason. Funny. Mr. Cuthbert. Wait, nope, that's not Tyrion, that's Harold. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert, I had a feeling I'd be seeing you again. Seems word has spread with you about your deal with Aster. Hello again, Mr. Haroldson. Harold. Right, Harold. I'm sure that you already know that I'm investigating the murder of William Frege. And the prosecution suspects that someone used the sword of spell eating to break into Lord Frege's room. I was wondering if I could ask you some questions about the theft last night. I'll tell you what I can, but I'm not sure how much help I'll be. It feels very Twisted Karma and his last bow. I am nervous.
I can't believe a museum owns such a powerful magical item. Who would have expected the noble houses to take them for themselves?
That's what I'm saying. Well, the nobility of today don't have as much use for items such as these. Yeah, but just to have it. Power of a lord is based on politics rather than magical strength. And a noble wouldn't want to wouldn't want to wield the sword of a demon, even if the legends are just stories.
A demon?
Oh, right. The spell of sword eating, as it's called, is said to have been forged from a pact between a demon and a mage.
Isn't making a pact with a demon just asking for trouble? They definitely betray you the first chance they got.
Well, the legends say that demons often drafted blood contracts for this reason. Wait, do you mean like a legally binding contract? Worse. The concept is similar, but once you sign a blood contract, both you and the demon are magically compelled to fulfill its terms. It's said that violating its terms will result in instant death for the offender, no matter who it is. The Eye of Taker Hounding. So I guess there's some protection. Well, as an attorney, I'm sure you understand that it's possible to exploit and use loopholes in any contract. And according to legends, demons take great pride in their ability to deceive and corrupt people. Cool. The theft. According to the prosecution, the theft took place during the Lord's Ball. Shouldn't there have been plenty of witnesses in the gallery at the time? Strangest thing. Supposedly the gallery room was completely empty when it happened. Where were you? What? That can't be right. Honestly, I have no idea how anyone could produce enough magic to shatter the display case anyway.
Were the wards protecting the case that powerful?
They were powerful, but that's not the issue here. It would be one thing to dispel the wards and remove the glass protecting it. But it's another thing entirely to completely annihilate the abjuration wards and shatter the glass. Doing something like that would require an extremely powerful spell, far more powerful than what would have been needed. Okay. So you're saying that the force applied was excessive? Yes, and that's not the worst of it. It's clear that the Eat of Sword spelling wasn't the only item that was stolen. Wait, the monkey does a little glasses pose, how cute. What? Was another artifact stolen that night? Other stolen items? You mentioned that another item was stolen. Yes, and it's extremely concerning. After the Sword of Spell Eating was reported missing, I checked the other exhibits. This is going to become my next Flirsh pace, where I'm going to accidentally start saying it, like, I'm going to say it right and then feel like I said it wrong. That's when I discovered that the armbands of intellect had been stolen as well.
Monkey.
And unlike the Sword of Spell Eating, we still haven't found the armbands. You look at the glass case where the armbands used to be. They've been removed, but the glass case is completely intact. The thief didn't shatter the glass. Exactly. Moreover, the armbands were actually replaced with a very well-made replica. What the hell? What a weird crime. What is going on here? The two thefts are completely different from one another. The armbands of spell eating, and the intellect of swords. You know. Are they even related, or did two different thieves coincidentally steal from Harold that night? But also, dude, where were you? You mentioned that someone would have needed a powerful spell to shatter the display case. Wouldn't that narrow down the list of suspects for the theft? Not everyone attending the ball could cast spells that powerful. Well, according to the Inquisition, Beatrice Frega's magic was powerful enough to have done this. Discounting the fact that she's completely blind. Yes, I'm well aware of that, and it doesn't sit quite right with me either. Was there anyone else at the Lord's Ball capable of matching Beatrice's power? Only the heads of the four pillars could have invoked magic this powerful. But apparently Beatrice is an exception to that. Is Beatrice really that powerful? Or is she being scapegoated by one of the house leaders?
But the cases can be opened normally, can't they? Otherwise, how would you transport the artifacts from place to place?
Ah, yes. Magical locks on these can be disabled. You detect some fear. Is he hiding something? How are they normally disabled? They can be turned on and off using a spoken password. And how many people knew this password? Only myself. I personally oversee the transport of these items when they're moved. Okay. So Harold could have stolen the sword that night. Could he have staged the robbery to cover his tracks? I just want to look at something. For no reason, I just want to look at something. Okay. 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 You're an illusion mage. Interesting. You're also conjuration.
Little baby.
Harold, a witness told us that you got into an argument with William Frege on the night of the murder. Was William Frege planning on defunding the Heralds in Hall of History? Of history fame? Yes, he was. He made that very clear. That doesn't mean that I had anything to do with his murder. We're not saying that you did, but I just need to explore every possibility. So I need to ask, did your argument that night turn hostile? Nav! Oh my god, Nav! Nav, you missed it. We were literally talking about... we were hyping up your the. Hi, Nav. There was a moment earlier where we were talking about your the. It's because there was a moment where you can scroll through several options, but all of the options were that. So we were like, oh my god, sing the reference. I'll admit that our discussion turned heated, but it never escalated to threats or violence. William was being unreasonable. I was frustrated. But that's all there was to it. He deserved what happened to him. Okay. Also, yes, it is a monkey. His name is Eugene. The eye shows more resentment than he's letting on. Did you have any conflicts with him prior to that night? I've had disagreements in the past. He was receiving pressure from the royal family about what I was displaying in my museum. The king believed that some of my exhibits were too controversial for the public eye. What do you mean? I'm sure you've noticed the rising tensions between the common folk and the nobility. What? No. Never been one to shy away from the bloodier parts of Wivengard's history. Citizens must know about these parts of history, otherwise we're liable to repeat them. Nothing but simpletons, the lot of them. However, the king believed that my historical exhibits did nothing but dig up old wounds. The nobility thinks that they can smooth public relations by censoring history. As if they couldn't get any worse. Anyway, it's clear that Harold is passionate about his work. Would that passion drive him far enough to commit murder, though? Thank you for your time, Harold. Wait. Did I say Mr. Haroldson again? Yeah, thank you for your time, Harold. Harold. I think we'll be on our way now.
We have a lot of info, but none of it really leads anywhere.
So many people had a motive to murder Frege. But who actually did it? Good news, her mentor is completely normal and not corrupt. She has not manipulated the courts. She is definitely not probably stealing evidence. Everything is fine. Motives aside, let's go over the events that happened last night. Also, where is she? I don't like that she hasn't talked to us. It all started when the spell of sword eating was stolen. What do we know about the thief of sword spelling? We don't have a specific suspect, but we do know something about them. Steel Wind might be demon. The thief is a powerful mage. The thief is a demon. No, powerful mage. We don't... The thief might be it. Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. That's why. There we go. Thief is a powerful mage. One thing to dispel the wards, but they completely shattered this. And that's weird. The thief was a powerful mage. That's the only way that they could have shattered the magically reinforced glass.
What about Harold? He could have just unlocked it using his password.
He could have stolen the sword and staged a robbery, but he couldn't have shattered the glass. Only a powerful mage could have done that, and I doubt Harold would lie about that when we could easily confirm it with Steelwind.
Right, but what happened next?
They brazenly stole the sport of swell eating. This caused Harold to report the theft to the King's Guard. After the lockdown, they reported the theft, and the Inquisition discreetly placed the manor on lockdown. Searched every room, and they couldn't find it until they got to Beatrice's bedroom. How did they find that sword in Beatrice's bedroom and not Celeste's? And that led them to believe that she'd stolen it. Prince Astor ordered them to step down. Astor, what the hell? What all is happening, I think? And then there's Leif's statement. He was extremely upset about something. Beatrice may have offended him. I'm telling you, this is just Knives Out, guys. He retreated into his study immediately after the meeting. Not the Justin of way falling. I had to speak with him when the theft was reported, but he didn't care much about the missing artifact. It's happened before they activated the lockdown? Why was there so much time between the lockdown and the theft being reported? Oh, right. It's because weren't they like waiting on... I think they were like, we'll wait until the... No, but they did do the lockdown before he died. Leif's account gives us a clear fact about when William died. Okay, William died before the lockdown was lifted, right? What? What? At the moment the lockdown was lifted? After the theft was reported. Well... Okay. Time of death was after this encounter. It's unlikely that Leif saw someone else disguised as her father. It had to be him. After the lockdown activated? Okay, we already did that. Okay. William Frege was murdered after the lockdown was activated. We already did that.
This means that whoever killed him bypassed the lockdown and broke into the magically locked room. They had to have used the sword, right?
That's likely, but not necessarily true. An anti-magic field would have also had the same effect. The murderer could have stolen the sword of spell eating to throw off the investigation.
The anti-magic field is a high-level spell. Not many mages would be able to cast it.
And I doubt any of the nobles here will let us see their spell compendiums. But because of how powerful anti-magic field is, we can still conclude that the murderer is a powerful mage. That actually narrows down our list of suspects.
That's still not concrete evidence, though. And we haven't even spoken to all of the suspects yet.
Right. You never got a chance to speak with Lucio Steelwind. Is he here? And given his status, you wonder if that would even be possible. Arya, can you call your dad? Either way, it's a good start. And it's not as if we're defending this case. The trial is getting close anyway. You don't doubt Miss Tamora's abilities, but you should share what you've learned with her before the trial begins. This will not go wrong. It will be fine. It's a little strange that you haven't seen her since the investigation began. But she might be meeting with Beatrice at the dungeon. I don't like that. I don't like it at all. Detect magic.
Arcanum.
Yeah, obviously the shattered glass has a bunch of magic around it. Get that. Okay. Okay. There are traces of magic around the shattered glass. Evocation is the school of magic that creates Alicia's raw energy. It's definitely not fine. It's definitely not okay. It's the most primal of the 7 schools of magic. Someone must have used a powerful spell to blast the display case apart. How are there no witnesses around? I'm baffled. Where was Harold? Like, actually, where was Harold? I really thought we were going to get around to asking that, but I guess not. Can I present monkey to monkey? Eugene? What can you tell me about Eugene, Mr. Harrelson? Sorry, I'm not really sure what to make of this. Oh, Eugene disappeared. Okay, well, let's go to the dungeon. I'm sure nothing bad will happen while we're here. You arrive at the dungeon and search for Miss Tamora. But she wasn't at the crime scene, so she must be here to discuss the case with Beatrice. Or at least it's what you thought, but you don't see her anywhere.
Oh, Mr. Cuthbert.
Oh, hi. You were so caught up in your thoughts you didn't notice that you were walking right in front of Beatrice's cell. No! Why are you here? Oh, that makes it worse.
I didn't expect to see you here.
Hey Celeste, you should definitely hold my hand if you're scared of Eris. Hey Celeste, you should hold my hand if you're scared of Eris. Celeste lets out a shriek as Eris approaches you two from behind. For a split second, you see her hand dart towards her sword. It appears she still hasn't gotten over her instinctual fear of Eris. Eris, what are you doing here?
Ah, Beatrice is actually an acquaintance of my father.
Why is everyone tied to this crime family?
He sent me here to help her through this ordeal.
That brings up many more questions. But you don't really have time to pull on that thread. You have less than an hour before the trial begins. Already? You need to find Miss Tamora. Have either of you seen Miss Tamora? I have some things to share with her.
She was just here, but she left to retrieve some documents from her office.
Do you have any idea when she'll be back?
She didn't say. But if your discussion has something to do with the case, I could pass a message on to her.
I don't trust that. You feel a little hesitant for some reason, but it is her life on the line. Anyone should know what you found during your investigation. It's her. I don't like this. I don't like this. Okay, let me tell you what I know. You spent some time going through your findings with Beatrice. From your list of suspects to the possible motives behind the murder. You notice that with each revelation, she becomes more uneasy. I don't like that we're saying all this in front of Eris either. The idea of someone framing her must be stressing her out.
I see. You've certainly been very thorough.
Yes, but I still have no concrete evidence that points to anyone.
We underestimated him. If he reveals these findings to Prince Aster, he might suspect something.
What?
Sorry, I was just deep in thought.
And you were able to catch one of those thoughts. Beatrice, I'm sure you're aware that Prince Aster has your best interests at heart.
I know. Even though we haven't spoken for the last 5 years, I still consider him a dear friend. I love that musical.
Then I suppose you have no issue with me sharing those findings with him.
This is bad. Even he wouldn't support us if he knew that I was involved. Of course not.
Wait, what was that? Her thoughts just said that she was involved. Did she actually murder her father?
Something wrong, Mr. Cuthbert? You look a little pale.
Beatrice was actually behind this? But how? She's completely blind. She couldn't have navigated through the manor and avoided the guards. No. You must be taking her thoughts out of context. That's it.
Mr. Cuthbert, perhaps you should get some rest. You look dreadfully tired.
You think very carefully about what to say next. There's one way to get a certain answer through the eye, but if you're wrong... Beatrice, you weren't actually involved in this, were you?
Tyrion?
You see her gaze narrow in response to your question. Once again, she claps her hands together. She's clearly trying to stay calm. Do you suspect me now, Mr. Cuthbert? You didn't answer my question, Beatrice. As if I'd even need to justify it with a response. Not directly. I was technically an accomplice. Ruby, did you kill him? Ruby, did you kill him? Oh, no. I don't like that. Oh, man. Oh, what if her mom killed him? And no, Mr. Cuthbert, I was not responsible for my father's murder. I don't like that loophole. I don't like that loophole in the sentence. I don't like that at all. An accomplice. Did you work together with someone? Cuthbert! Mr. Mora! Oh, no. Your mentor seems to have sensed the mood in the air. She raises an eyebrow at you. Mr. Mora, can I speak with you alone for a second? Oh boy, it's time to get to that fight that we were talking about. She's being... Now you have no idea. Now you have no idea. She's been so sketchy. We started off playing as her, and I don't trust her. Okay. What's wrong? Is everything okay? Mr. Mora, Beatrice, she actually did murder William Frege. Mr. Mora's gaze narrows. Her eyes dart around the room to make sure the guards didn't overhear you. So I'm just thinking about how Ruby has been telling us not to rely on the Eye of Horus, and she's been very, very good at guarding her own thoughts from the Eye of Horus because she's had so much practice with it, and I don't like that because we can't read her thoughts at all. Her eyes dart around the room to make sure the guards didn't overhear you. What are you talking about? How could you possibly know that? I used the Eye of Horus on her. We conspired with someone else to orchestrate William Frege's death. Have you told anyone else about this? No, it's not as if they believe me anyway. You're the only other person who knows about my abilities. I don't like this. Okay. Just stay quiet about this for the time being. Anyway, I need to get ready. The trial starts in half an hour. What? You're not seriously going to defend her, are you? Of course I am. I'm her attorney. But she's guilty. I saw it. Look, at this point, I don't know what you saw. Oh, I don't like that at all. You think I can just abandon a client minutes before a trial? No, but it's not for either of us to decide who's guilty and who's not. Everyone has the right to an attorney. Our court system needs a defense attorney and a prosecutor to keep things fair. More importantly, you had no right to use the Eye of Horus on my client without my permission. What? But I don't have time to argue about this. We will be talking about this later. Before you have a chance to respond, Mr. Mora walks away. Celeste sees both of you and awkwardly approaches you.
Hey, Tyrion? Is everything okay?
Hey, you know what would be a really good time to tell a girlfriend about the Eye of Horus? Celeste, I think Beatrice was actually behind this.
What?
You don't blame her for not believing you. As if you can tell her about the Eye of Horus. I think we should tell her about the Eye of Horus. Although, why haven't you told her?
All right, I believe you.
Okay, I believe you. What?
You wouldn't say something like that if you weren't sure, right? But if what you're saying is true, what do we do now?
You think long and hard for a moment. I don't think we need to do anything.
What?
Steelwind is handling the prosecution, and she's definitely no pushover. If Beatrice is truly guilty, I'll just have to trust her to get the job done. Either way, I don't think we're in any position to get involved.
All right, if you say so.
Really none of your business. I love when the attorneys trust the prosecution. Anyway, I started saying that here because I don't like that the music cut out because Eris is still in the room. Okay, we were safe. You have no stake in this. You're not obligated to do anything. You've done everything that you can. It's in their hands now. It's none of your business. This isn't your fight. William Frege was a tyrant and a bigot anyway. He's a noble who did nothing but steal wealth from the common folk. The world is better off without him, and it's not as if you didn't try. All you have to do is wait for the trial to run its course.
Objection!
Yeah.
Goddamn right, Tyrion. Your Honor, I'm afraid you can't pass a verdict just yet. Mr. Cuthbert. Cuthbert? What the hell are you doing? I don't know. But what I do know is that there was a massive contradiction in Miriam Frege's testimony. Who are you kidding? As if you were ever the type of person to stand by and do nothing.
Yeah, I would like to see my progress.
Good job, Tyrion. I'm very proud of him. Oh, whoa, you can move this? What the hell? Why can I move this? You learn new things every day. Why can you move, well, why can you move it side to side was my bit. What the hell? What the hell? Oh, okay, how long have I been streaming? Okay, it's been about 4 hours. I did say that today was going to be a shorter stream, and then I did go 4 hours long. We will continue with the trial next week. Alright, what else is there? Gotta do my spiel. As usual. Where the fuck is... Where is everything? Alright. Nightbot definitely just did it. So I'm not gonna summon everything. But something is afoot. Something is afoot, my dear Mr. Naruhodo. But if you would like to see me continuing to stream lawyer games, I believe tomorrow I am on Kate's channel, streaming The Great Ace Attorney. We're on Twisted Karma and His Last Bow. Also on Twisted Karma and His Last Bow, I will be on Max's channel on Thursday. And then on Friday, I should be back here with Ace Attorney Investigations 2, Prosecutor's Gambit. And then Saturdays, my usual streams are Tyrion Cuthbert, schedule permitting. What else is going on? If you cosplay Ace Attorney for absolutely no reason whatsoever, you should keep an eye on my Instagram. There may be a thing that I have posted about recently that may be getting an update tomorrow. It might be something that you want to pay attention to. Who knows? Maybe I will summon my Nightbot commands. Certainly no reason. None whatsoever. Definitely not. Anyway, if you would like to hear more about this mysterious thing that I'm talking about, or my streams, you can always join my Discord server if you're not already a part of it. Also, as a part of my Discord server. That's twice that I have made that slip up today. What is going on? If you're in my Discord server, you can request games for me to put up on my Nexus store. My my what? You can you can request games for me to put up on my Nexus store. Because I am a Capcom creator, I have priority established for the Capcom games that I currently have up on my store. But I am able to put non-Capcom games up on my storefront, and if you purchase from my storefront, you get to support me, as well as buy a game that you like, at no additional cost to you. That's pretty neat. In addition to that, my stream VODs, when it is not this week in particular, because I was running behind, my most recent VODs are up on my VOD channel on YouTube. In addition to my VOD channel, I also have a regular YouTube channel. where I do things like covers. I do vocal covers. If you are a fan of the Yakuza series, my most recent cover is Loneliness Loop from Yakuza 5. I did a full English cover of it with my own trans lyrics, and I'm very proud of it. And also, Pirate Yakuza game is coming out. Pirate Yakuza game is coming out. So it's like relevant. Totally, guys. Oh, I also did a new edit of it in my shorts of me singing it in English versus the Japanese version of it. I did it with Haruka's cover a while back when I first released the song, but also I did a version with T-Set, the other group that sings the song in the game. Anyway, you should you should watch it. You should watch it. Yakuza. Anyway, I think that is all. I think I'm gonna go good VODs this week, including Doki Doki Incantation Club. Yeah, VODs should be all caught up for Tyrion Cuthbert now. My Ace Attorney Investigations 2 ones should be up sometime within the next week. I don't have an exact schedule. I'm gonna be totally honest. All right. I am going to do one more thing and see if anybody that I follow live right now. My phone says nobody that I follow is live right now, so I cannot pass the hype that we got from Trav. Thank you, Trav, for rating with 10 whole people, which is the largest raid I think I've ever had on this channel. So that's super neat. And thank you for everybody who came in from that raid and who followed. All right. Well, I think it's time for my funky music to play you. Well, okay, let's give you guys 2 more seconds of the No, not now, Tyrion. Not now, Tyrion. Not now, Tyrion. Not Tyrion. Return to the title screen. Later. I guess we're gonna be prosecuting next week. Crazy. Again, crazy if true. Anyway, real if true. Yeah, more stream next week, though. Until then, I will be on other people's channels, playing lawyers on their channels. Anyway, that's all. Time for my funky little music to play you guys out. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you for watching.